Hello. I guess we're live. Hello, everyone. My name is Evan, and today, this whole weekend, we're going to be doing the Game Maker's Toolkit Game Jam. Super exciting. Yeah, I mean, the theme is getting announced in just 30 minutes. So mostly I just wanted to come live early so I can make sure that the stream is working. Everything's looking good. I haven't really streamed much before. I've never really streamed game dev or anything. But yeah, I'm just getting this set up. So hopefully it all works out. It's gonna be a long weekend, 48 hours. But yeah, I have this cool stream set up here. I have at the top, there's a counter. Shows 48 and 26 minutes because we got 26 minutes till the jam starts. When that timer hits 0, that's when it ends. I got to make a game from scratch in those 48 hours. That's what a game jam is. And yeah, so at the bottom, there's also the theme, and then just a summary of what the game is. Theme is getting announced soon, so we're kind of just chilling until then. And yeah, I mean, feel free at any time to jump around in the stream. You can rewind in real time. You can, if I'm deep in programming or thinking of something, you can always go back and see what I worked on before. Jump all the way back to the beginning here. Yeah, hopefully people will give me their suggestions. Check it out. Pop in at the beginning, pop in at the end, see what I do. It should be exciting. And yeah, I guess in the meantime, I'm gonna just get some stuff set up here. So I have some scenes. Here's the Miro board that I'm gonna be using to brainstorm once it gets started. But I should probably also get some other things loaded up. Got Unity, I got Blender. But yeah, I mean, still got some time to kill though. So gonna start getting my, just everything organized. The other thing about this jam, so this is the Game Maker's Toolkit Game Jam, and it is a competition. So there is a ranking of a top 100 games, as well as the top 10 out of the top 100. The top 100 are determined by voting, just by people playing the games. I think even if you don't make a game, you can go play some games and vote. And then after those ratings are accumulated, then the top 100 are decided, and then the top 10 are chosen from those top 100. My goal is to just make it in the top 100. And if I get the top 10, that'd be awesome. But yeah, we'll just see where it goes. Also, the rules for the jam, we are allowed to use pre-made art assets and pre-made music, which is great because I'm a programmer and a designer. The games themselves, the ideas have to be made from scratch, and it's based on the theme. So in 30 minutes, when we find out what the theme is, that's when I can start brainstorming new ideas. But for now, yeah, I guess what I'll do to get started is make the Unity project. I'm going to be using Unity, get some of my pre-made art assets, some of my 3D models and projects, pull them all together, get them imported in the project. But yeah, kind of get organized there. And here I have on this scene, this is the Game Maker's Toolkit announcement. There's already people getting excited. In 23 minutes, this is where we'll go to find out the theme. And that'll be cool. Yeah, I guess Unity's getting launched. I do have some art experience, some Blender, 3D modeling. I can use Photoshop, I can make UI and stuff like that. But primarily, probably most of the art is just going to be pre-made art assets for me. Mostly I'm an engineer, a background on myself. I've done a lot of game jams. I think this is actually my 30th game jam in total. So, I kind of have an idea of the flow. If you're interested in my process, that's what this stream is for. And I mean, I'm always open to suggestions and ideas from anybody in chat as well. That should be very helpful. Feel free to tell me my game sucks, tell me all the things that need to change. And yeah, so usually when I make games, I focus on the mechanics point of view. Try to make a really unique core mechanic, and then just make the whole game usually focused around some piece of tech. In fact, the last time I did the Game Maker's Toolkit Game Jam, I made a game with going into the jam. I wanted to make a game around this Unity Asset Store plugin that I bought called Obi Rope. So I designed this game with a guy with rope arms, and it was utilizing the ropes, the rope physics. But this time, I'm going to focus more on the design. I really want to make a game that is elegantly designed, try to make it really fun, make it into that top 100 of the rankings. Not necessarily focus super hard on the tech, but make it more of a polished, cohesive experience. So that's what I'm shooting for. Usually when you make something focused around tech, it's really cool, and it kind of like blows the minds of some people who didn't even know that sort of thing was possible. But at the same time, it's usually very error prone. You don't have a lot of time to focus on the design, so it kind of doesn't play super well. You know, there's trade-offs to everything. I like that approach, but this time specifically, I think I'm going to focus more on the design. Try to make it, again, like make it to that top 100, make it to that top 10. But yeah, I guess Unity here is launched, and you get to see the scene switcher is working. So I have this cool little setup where when I change which program I'm using between, oh wait, this is the wrong project. But it's just proof of concept. When I change my scenes or click between like Unity and Visual Studio and stuff, you'll see it automatically switches between the two, which I think is pretty cool. Yes. A sequel to Stave Arwin's Snake Hunter, absolutely. That was the first game jam that I'd ever done with my friend Alex in college at WPI. Best game ever made, best mobile game. I don't know why it's not at the top of iOS charts right now. Probably because we only shipped it exclusively on Windows Phone. Maybe not the smartest decision. Yeah, no sequels to Stave Arwin today. So I guess the first thing I should do is generate a project, a Visual Studio solution, or a C# solution. This other one is my previous game jam here. And yes, we did win so many prizes. We got 4 Windows phones and like a $100 gift card or something. Yeah, hundreds of dollars. We sold 3 of those Windows phones. I think I still have the other one in my closet somewhere. And it's probably the only Windows phone that has Stave Arwin still installed on it. I think that's probably the only way to play Stave Arwin. It's archived forever in my closet on a Windows phone. Yeah, so some of the pretty much every game jam, I have this core set of scripts and assets and things that I tend to import into my projects. Just like this game jam allows pre-made art assets, so I can like import a bunch of 3D models. It also allows some like small scripts, just general, you know, things that you could theoretically buy on the Unity Asset Store. But you know, I've made them in past game jams and kind of bring them forward. So that's why I have this data structures folder with some state machine stuff, typically useful for like menu flows and things like that. Singletons just in general are very useful for very fast iterative game development. Yeah, I have this basic scene. There's not much more I can do right now, waiting for the theme. Still only 15 minutes away. But yeah, I already created the source control repository, the GitHub repo. So not much more there. I will open up my art assets here. Let me see. I have a folder of models that I keep. Not that. Yeah, I bought a bunch of, I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's like Synty, S-Y-N-T-Y, through Humble Bundle. Humble Bundle does these deals a lot where they give out bundles of 3D models that you can use, and they're incredibly useful. I've also bought some sound effects and music bundles. Most of the time, the music is always like this really ambient, kind of like orchestral vibe. It's typically, in my opinion, not super great for video games. They're usually more for trailers and like cinematic big moments and these big landscapes and people making these outdoor levels and environments and then just slapping these orchestral music on it. That's not the kind of game that I make, especially in a game jam where you got to go really small scope. But maybe there's some stuff in there. Wonder if could I even play this? Just kind of have a dark, spooky kind of thing. Let's see what else. Triumphant hero music. Yeah, so I got some stuff I can dig through later, depending on the theme. I do have, what else? I have a bunch of really nice sound effects. Things like Foley, footstep sounds, like bones cracking, hit impacts. Those are very useful to import. In fact, I'll probably just import them now because almost certainly going to be using those. There is another program called like SFXer that a lot of people use in game jams. That is, it used to be a Flash thing on a website. So you could just generate, based on sound waves, like synth waves, stuff like that. You can make sound effects, and they have a bunch of presets for like coins and health pickups and jump sounds and whatever. But that was made in Flash, so it's gone now. But I'm sure there's a downloaded version I could probably find if I dug for it. But I don't know too much on that. I'm going to start with the sound effects that I have here, but I don't know where I put them. I'm trying to dig for those now. No. In the worst case, I could go, I know I imported them in some other projects, so I could go into those. In fact, I don't even know where my models are. I'm kind of just digging through files now. Okay, well, I found the models. So yeah, these are all Cinti, which you can't really see them, but let's see. We got Polygon Adventure, City, Explorer, Fantasy. Well, fantasy characters, which I don't really want to use. Typically with these model packs that I download, they include a lot of characters, but I don't usually like putting characters from these model packs because they're very recognizable. The environmental stuff is useful, like trees. Like how many ways can you make a low poly tree and have it look unique? There aren't really that many. So if you just buy a bunch of tree assets and throw them all together, people can't really tell that you even bought them in the first place. They don't stand out that much, but the characters themselves are very recognizable. Like when you see a game that's made with Cinti characters, I feel like that is very obvious. So, you know, if I have to, I can model my own 3D character, make it more unique, but use the asset, like the background assets from these packs. But yeah, I got Heist, I got Knights, Office, Pirates, Prototypes, Samurai, Sci-Fi, Snow, Spy, Town, Vikings, Western. Yeah. So lots of cool background assets there. So I guess I'll just leave that open for now and try to find these sound effects. Where did I put these sound effects? Should have put them in the same folder as the music. That would have been smart. I guess if I knew the name of one of them, I could just search for it. So let me do that. let me open up one of my past Unity projects that I know is using them. And let's see. Oh, actually, oh, I think that's the thing. If they were probably just from the Unity Asset Store. I probably don't even have them downloaded. Oh, I guess this window doesn't show up, but this is my package manager window here. And I'm just gonna find assets that I own, just import from there. Are there any other good assets? I'll hold off on importing just a bunch of random assets, but I've got some other things like 3D character movers, first-person character movers, camera controls, some skyboxes and stuff. Definitely, I will import. Well, I don't know about gun and explosion sounds. I don't know if I'm making a shooter. Let's see. I'll import. I'll hold off on that too. I have like this cool outlining system, like a highlights, glow, and outlining tool. It's very useful for when you need to click on things and selectables in the environment. But I'll hold off on that for now. Where is the really good sound effect pack? I also have a music collection here. Got some UI management stuff, but I've never really used it, so I don't know how long it would take to learn that in this. In a jam. Okay, footsteps and Foley sounds. Almost certainly I want to import this, so I'm just going to do that now. I also have a sci-fi UI kit, so if we end up making a sci-fi game, then get a whole bunch of UI for that for free. Yeah, the other thing is making a 3D game. Like I have a bunch of 3D assets, and I know a lot of people focus on 2D games during these game jams because it is easy to just whip up a bunch of 2D assets. But I tend to make 3D games. That's what I really like. And making a character that's fully animated and rigged, I mean, you can do it using Mixamo. You can get a bunch of pre-made animations and make your character walk around. That's what I did last time. But also focusing on like a first-person view saves you a lot of time because you don't have to make a character model. So if I can find a way to make a game in first person, that would actually be nice as well. Something to keep in mind. Okay, importing the sound effects now. Also just 8 minutes away from the theme announcement, so that's exciting. Oh, also, I have to probably make a tweet about this stream. Let's see. How do I even get a link? I'm so bad at streaming, I don't even know how to get a link to this stream. I guess I'll just go to my YouTube channel and pull it up. Cool. That works. And here we go. Actually, I'll wait till the theme is announced to tweet this. But I'll get it set up at least. Actually, is there an official hashtag for this game jam too? Yeah, that's the other thing. Every game jam, I tend to tweet screenshots and GIFs and just everything in progress. It's super fun. Also, like the hashtag screenshot Saturday. I love looking at what other people are doing. The other people, other ideas. You know, see what the competition is, see what other people are coming up with the same theme. And I think this jam, they said that there's like 10,000 people. I can pull that up in a second. It looks like GMTK Jam is the hashtag, so. Yeah, AI generated jam assets. Buy a license for the AI generator. Usually, well, at least right now, the AI stuff, it's like a commercial license you do have to buy, stuff like that. But if you're like using it for free, for example, a game jam or something, probably wouldn't have to pay. But yeah, like totally in real games, you definitely have to buy a license. The other thing is a lot of the current AI generators, like you could totally use those assets. Like I even saw somebody generated just like fantasy forest background, and it looked like a perfect like Studio Ghibli drawn sort of background. You could just slap that on a title screen and like call it a day. You don't even have to paint your own backgrounds. But there's some weird kind of legality to it, because these generators, like, they source a bunch of other art, right? Like they're essentially doing Google searches for art and then combining them and modifying them. And there's this weird sort of thing of like, well, you didn't create the original background. They just kind of pulled a bunch of fantasy tree backgrounds and then mixed them all together. So like, that's not really fair to the artist who created the original things. Once AI can actually generate them completely from scratch, like that'll be crazy. Definitely saved me a bunch of time, a bunch of headaches. I'm looking forward to that. Yeah. Okay, we got like 5 minutes now. Yeah, let me pull up, 1 second. Switch to this. Or not for 1 second. I'm gonna pull up the GMTK Jam page. Let's see it. Yeah, you could argue that's how our brains work. True, in terms of combining our ideas. But like, somebody's sitting there for 1,000 hours drawing this beautiful painting. It's their life's work, and then an AI just kind of rips it off. Feels a little bad. I understand it's like transformative, right? So you can react to like YouTube videos, and that's transformative content. So an AI performing transformative content on someone else's painting, like, that's valid as well. Yeah, I'll wait until like the legal system parses through that and figures it out before I do it. But yeah, so we got just under 3 minutes left, and I thought there was a way to see. Oh yeah, here. There's 20,000 people who've joined. 20,000 people, and there's a top 100. So hopefully I can get into the top 100 out of these 20,000 people. Oh, and the other thing is, the game jam, it ends Sunday at 10 a.m., but then there's a 2-hour submission period. So that's why it says 12 p.m. But ideally, I'll finish by Sunday at 10 a.m. The other thing is, like, Sunday at 10 a.m., if I go Saturday night and I stay up super late working on the game, will I even have time to wake up Sunday morning and like finish it and submit it? I'm not even sure. You know, if push comes to shove, I might stay up all night Saturday night and just go all the way into Sunday morning and submit. But ideally, it probably makes more sense to try to finish it by Saturday night before I go to sleep, rather than like going to sleep early enough to wake up early enough to finish it and then submit, like be all groggy in the morning on Sunday and try to submit this game. It's gonna be crazy. So I don't know if this like extra 2-hour submission is really going to help me all that much. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Definitely, when the theme gets announced, it'll take me some time to brainstorm, so there's plenty of time. And yeah, feel free to check back throughout the whole jam. I don't expect anybody to actually sit here for 48 hours while I'm doing this thing. But yeah, we got 1 minute left. Super exciting. Can't wait. But yeah, out of the 20,000 people, I'm not sure how many teams there are. I think probably like the average team size average would maybe be 2, because there's a lot of solos and a lot of 3s and 4s. Probably gets averaged out to 2. So even if that's like 10,000 or somewhere around like 8,000 or so teams, it's still a lot of teams like fighting for the top 100 spot. And of course, not that many people are going to finish. Maybe, I don't know if saying 50% finishing is optimistic, but then there's a lot of people, this is their first jam and they're going to struggle and they're going to finish, but it's not going to be like, you know, the greatest project, or maybe my project's not going to be finished or all that great. Who knows? But so that 20,000, it seems super intimidating, but I think ultimately it'll get trimmed down. Looks like the theme is going live, so let's check it out. Premiere shortly. Oh boy. Oh, maybe I have to refresh. People in the chat are going nuts. Oh. No, they're counting down to nothing. I think I'm just gonna hide the chat. Oh geez, how do I hide the chat? Okay, forget it. I was counting down from 40. Oh geez. Another minute, can't take it. Seconds.
Hi everyone, the 6th annual GMTK Game Jam begins now. Your goal over the next 48 hours is to make a game that fits the following theme. Roll of the dice.
Roll of the dice.
That theme might immediately spark ideas of randomness and probability, or board games and casinos, but as always, you can interpret this theme however you like. The GMTK Jam is about design, innovation, and creativity, so maybe think outside the box, surprise us. In this jam, you can make what you want, with who you want, using whatever tools you want. But check out the GMTK Game Jam page on itch.io for the complete rules. You can also head to the Discord channel to chat with other jammers, show off your work, and get feedback. A big reminder that this year, the jam clock runs for 50 hours instead of 48. That means you have 2 additional hours to submit your game if you haven't already,
period.
And do some testing.
I don't know if that's gonna help me.
Once it's over, it's over. No late submissions this year. Okay, I better let you get started. Best of luck and have fun.
Let's see. Roll of the dice. Give me 1 second. Here. Oops. Yeah, so this is typically how I brainstorm my game jams. This is Miro, which is just a, you know, like a whiteboard tool you can use for working on this sort of thing. And you can also like draw on it with a tablet. I use these brain maps. So you start, I can like delete some of these. But you can start a theme, typing anything here, just like chance, like games of chance. And then kind of make other things off of this. Or whatever. And you just kind of build out this mind map of ideas and go from there. Real quick, before I get started on that, just gonna do something real quick for the stream, get something set up. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to find like a good font. I guess I'll do this. Yeah, just making a tweet. Here, okay. Cool. So submitted that tweet. And here we go. Yep, so roll of the dice. Roll of the dice. It's a little specific of a theme. I understand, like, sure, you got games of chance, you got like probability. It's still very specific. Well, the key parts, there's a rolling and there's dice. So there's like the dice is typically the probability sort of aspect. Makes you think games of chance, makes you think like, I don't know, some kind of stats. Like, for example, giving yourself like D&D kind of D&D stat rolls. Like you roll more, like higher numbers of dice for more damage, or more sided dice for more damage. Games of chance. Then I guess on this side I'll put things for like rolling. Roll of the dice. I mean, of course you have physics involved. I guess I'll just put that. Things rolling. I've made games in the past about like a rolling snowball. Has nothing to do with dice. Yeah, that's the other thing, is like, do I want to focus so much on the entire theme, or could I spin it in some way, like just take the rolling or just take the dice? But you know, I'm trying to get that top 100 in this game jam, trying to really sell it. I wonder, like, probably the voting will really be focused on like the whole theme, roll of the dice. And if it didn't have dice in it, or if it wasn't very tied to dice in some way, it would probably not do super well. So probably should focus on the dice. Yeah, I remember in the past I had this idea of like this dice kind of game. Yo, what's up, Max? So yeah, we just got the theme announced. It is Roll of the Dice. Honestly, a theme that I'm not super happy with. I think it's very specific in terms of like the dice aspect, but try to put a fun spin on it. Yeah, so in the past I had this idea of like, make this thinner. There we go. Yeah, so like a die is 3-dimensional, right? Obviously, and it has numbers on the sides. I don't remember exactly what the numbers are, or how they I know they are, but how the ordering goes. But say you have like a 1 there and a 2 there. There's something associated with like, you're not rolling the dice, but you're kind of flipping them. So if you had some kind of like grid-based board or something, you might have your dice sitting on a tile, and then something about the number on top was associated with the number of moves you have, or maybe it's based on your power level or something. This is more of like a tabletop game, less than a video game. But the idea was that somehow you would flip the die to the other side. So like here it would flip, and the way that the sides are indicated is that like when it flips over, now 2 would be on top because 2 was on that side. So if you wanted to move this dice or this die to this tile, then 2 would be on top. So it was a thought of like your position on the board matters, but also the number you have up matters. And it's not about like rolling a dice. It's more so about flipping them. And then the way that the numbers line up makes it important in terms of like your positioning and everything. So it was an interesting way of like applying dice to like the properties of a die, of the fact that it has 6 sides and a bunch of different numbers without necessarily being like random or rolling or anything. I can never figure out exactly what to do with that. Maybe now is a chance to explore that sort of that idea, but I don't know. That's very tabletop focused. And also it was sort of a competitive game, but maybe there's a way I could spin it into single player. These game jams, you typically want to go single player because the people playing it are by themselves. They're not typically with a group. If you're being judged by a bunch of people, you probably just want it to be single player. You could probably even make some sort of puzzle game in this space. Like flip a number of die so that they all have the same number. Like if you had a grid with a bunch of dice. I'm very bad at drawing lines, I can see. But I'm not an artist. Yeah, so if you had like a 1 here, and I don't know, maybe this side is, it's probably not 3, but I'll just put 3. Do I even have a dice? Maybe. I don't even think I have one. Just like in my whole apartment anywhere. I think I have like some novelty ones that don't have dots on them, but whatever. Yeah, say you had like a 1 there, and then you had like a 2 here. So maybe you flip this one up, and then this one would become a 3. And if you flip this one to the side, it becomes a 2. And now like something about the 2 and the 3 next to each other. Be like some relation of the dice next to each other on the grid has some indication. I don't really know. So some kind of puzzle game with that. But that also relies on like your knowledge of the dice and which side has which number. Like kind of difficult to view the dice from all the perspectives and seeing all the sides, and that clarity is whatever. It's tough. So I will move this to the side, drag it over there, and get back to just brainstorming random stuff. We got some physics. Yeah, let's focus more on the rolling. So you got like, well, I'll just delete physics. Because rolling is pretty much all physics, but you got like throwing the dice. And then that has something like seeing which sides land up. But then there's other aspects to it, like how many dice land in an area. Maybe you're throwing them into a cup or on a table, and you don't want them to fall off because the number of points you get or something is based on how many land on the table. What else? Rolling. You could also do something like cheating the system with like trying to land on the best side for the dice. Like you throw it in such a way where it doesn't actually roll, it kind of like slides a little bit. Something there. What else with rolling? You got like, I mean, tangentially, you got like flipping a coin. what else? So I'll throw on some music as well because it's getting a little quiet. 1 second. Some lo-fi music, some thinking music here. Okay. Cool. So we got throwing, cheating system, flipping a coin, for rolling. Rolling. I mean, you got like rolls. Try not to copy like Dicey Dungeons as much as possible. Keep it as far away from that as possible. Because I feel like a lot of games are going to be going that route. I mean, that's such a brilliant use of dice in a roguelike kind of game. It's hard to not take that. It's hard not to take inspiration from that. Like for example, your attacks are based on the dice that you roll. Yeah, there's also the question of like what goes on the dice, right? Because I'm thinking of numbers, but they don't have to be numbers. Right? They could be like that. It could be letters or pictures. Why is this not working? Letters, we got pictures, we have even abilities, some sort of action game where the ability itself is on the dice and you don't even choose what abilities you have. It's like you have to roll to even find out what it is. Almost like that Kingdom Hearts game with your abilities are cards and you're drawing them from a deck into a hand. Maybe something like that. You could also have like getting really weird, but like the game itself is on a dice. So maybe each side is a camera view. You can like render things on the dice, like you're actually playing on it itself. Maybe that has some implication. Or what if the die has like portals? You can walk into a side of the dice, like you roll it and then it lands, not the side that's up, but the side that's like on the ground. You can like enter that portal or something, or something spills out of it. What if there was a like it's a container of some kind? So it has an ability, like you can summon creatures from it, and the side that lands up is the creature that comes out. That'd be kind of cool. So instead of, like Pokemon, you have 6 Pokemon in your party, but what if they were all on sides of a dice, and you throw the dice, and that determines what comes out of it? That'd be kind of neat. Also, we don't need to have 6 sides, so let's see, number of sides. Because you got, obviously, you have your D6, you also have like 4, 10, and 20, probably others. So you could say the number of sides determines power, almost like in D&D. I cannot type. But you could also say like if each side has some really big impact to it, like for example summoning creatures or being your abilities. Obviously having more sides means more work in the game jam for having to create work for all of those sides. creating new assets and everything. So you would want a smaller number of sides if that were the case. But if it's just like a number of power, then having a bunch of different sided dice is useful. So let's go back up to some of these other things. What is on the dice? Let's go back over some of these. So, for example, letters could use multiple dice to spell words. So maybe you roll a bunch of dice, and then that gives you a bunch of letters, and now it's almost like a Scrabble situation. You have to make a word with those letters. Or maybe there's like a puzzle. So you got like Scrabble, but you also have like a puzzle game where you need to figure out what word is meant to be spelled. So like there's a bunch of puzzle games where you have like letters on the ground and you jump on them in a certain order or something. And I think like Banjo-Kazooie had a puzzle like that, and even like Sonic Adventure did. So maybe that, but on dice. So you have to roll the dice to get the letters that you need to open it, and maybe like the letters are duplicated, so it's totally impossible. I don't know. That's kind of like a spin-off sort of puzzle. I wouldn't make a whole game around that, but it could be interesting. Oh, also, I forgot to, real quick, I forgot to update my overlay here. The theme is roll of the dice. And we are still in brainstorming, so yeah. Okay, nothing's really jumping out at me yet as a really good idea. I mean, games of chance, kind of avoiding that idea a little bit. D&D stat rolls doesn't exactly sell. I mean, you can make a whole game with just some stats, and you roll the dice to get your initial stats, and then like the game is completely unrelated to rolling the dice. So I don't think that like sells the idea super well. So far, like thinking of things that go on the dice other than numbers is kind of like, that's what I'm latching onto right now. I mean, I think there's something there with letters, word games, but let's think about pictures. So maybe there's like a photo of something else you find in the environment. Or like something you need to find. Like you roll the dice, it lands on a picture, and now you need to go do something with that picture. Oh, you could even say like world state. Right, so things like weather or season. or time of day. So you roll the time of day, like maybe you roll the dice and now it's raining and that fills up a pond that or something, and then you roll the dice again and it lands on winter and then it freezes the pond. I mean, that's like very specific. You wish that you had control over that and it's completely random. So maybe that doesn't exactly work. So I should jot that down. Season. Time of day. Time of day, time of year. Well, I mean, that's 3 things right there. So 3 times 2. If each of them had 2 states, like summer, winter, rain and sunny or something, and then day and night, the 3 could combine to make 6 sides for the dice. So you roll and it's like it toggles the state. I mean, if you had control to just switch them at will, that's one thing, right? You could solve puzzles by changing the state of the world. But if you have to roll the dice to do it, then you're not exactly solving the puzzle. You're just kind of sitting there rolling dice until it works. That doesn't exactly go well with the theme. What's something else like in the world state that benefits from rolling, from being random? Like, you should be forced to have to roll. Like, why do you want to roll the dice? You know, I go into it, say I roll it and I get the perfect world state, but now I want to, like, I need a reason to roll it again. Yeah, it's like, what if they give you, going back to this, gives you like some kind of temporary buff. And what if that buff also comes with a trade-off? So there's like a positive and a negative. That's what it means. That's what trade-off means. So like, what if there were 2 dice? Right, so every time you have to do something, you roll the dice, it gives you a positive and a negative. So maybe you're like, you have increased jump height, but you deal less damage, or you have increased damage, but you are slowly bleeding health or something. I don't know. You're just trying to get through the game, and you can do it normally. Maybe the positive drastically outweighs the negative, but like, just kind of the combinatorics of it makes it more interesting or something. You'd make some kind of roguelike out of that as well, where you increase the number of dice that you get. I could just throw that down here. Roguelike. And then... why is it so hard to click that plus? Increase the number of dice you get over time. And maybe the dice have different sides. like different powers. You could even if they were numbers, you could pick up a dice that's like, you know, it's a D6, but the numbers start at 5, you know. Like a D6 plus 5. So think about like camera perspective, right? Do we want third person or first person? Do we want top down 2D, 3D? I mean, rolling of dice, there's something about the 3D like aspect of rolling dice that just feels really nice in 3D. You know, in 2D, sure, you can like just show a number on a square, right? And that's rolling your dice. But something nice about throwing it in 3D and seeing what you get. Let me do something else real quick too. Okay, back to this. I've got, I guess I need to like start thinking of something to help like narrow this down, because too many, there's so many directions to take it. I still like the concept, thinking about like something on the dice that's not numbers. I mean, the world state was the coolest thing so far, but again, like what encourages you to want to change it? Maybe, I mean, the portals idea is neat. Like you can enter a side of the dice and the side that you enter changes. The game being on the dice. So I can start thinking about that as well. So if like there was a camera view rendered on each side of the dice, and where essentially like each side is a completely different mini game. I remember I had this idea for a previous game jam, but like, what if each side was a WarioWare game? They're like really simple tasks that you have to do, but you have to like win them all at the same time. Or like, not necessarily like win them all, but they're very slow games, and you have to basically just not lose, not die. But you know, each side's really easy, but obviously you're juggling 6 sides, so you have to pay attention to each one, do certain things. Like some will have timers that go off at specific moments, so you have to be there for that like 4-second window where something's happening and you have to do something. But you also have to make sure that the other sides aren't neglected and keep rotating the dice and focusing on that. Doing something like that is interesting. And the recursion aspect is cool. The idea here is like inside, like when you're inside the game view, you roll the dice and then you can enter the dice on the side that lands up, and now you're inside of that. You're kind of like constantly jumping through rooms based on the dice. Again, it's like, why are you encouraged to like keep rolling? That's the other question. Some kind of puzzle maze, maybe. Yeah. I'll jump back to this creature idea. So what if like you have 6 Pokemon contained in one dice. So then, for example, you roll the dice, summon a Pokemon or a creature, not a Pokemon. Legally not a Pokemon. And then you can't roll another one until the first one dies. Right? So that way you roll it, something comes out, and you have to deal with that situation. Now, like, maybe this creature is fighting, so you're fighting like an enemy, and you are doing something as well. Maybe it's like Monster Hunter kind of thing where you're fighting like a big monster and you summon your creature and it fights and it augments your playstyle in some way. Like, maybe one creature will buff a certain ability that you have that you can use, and another creature is like flying and will fly above and shoot down, but they're mostly removed from the fight. Maybe their health is like slowly ticking down, or they get tired and have to land at some point, and that's what allows them to die. But like, while they're flying, the big boss is attacking you, and you mostly just have to camp it. So you're kind of teaming up with these different creatures as you're playing. Obviously, creating 6 creatures with their own behaviors is a lot of work in a jam. But there's probably some ways to like cut corners. Make the creatures look very simple. I don't know, kind of loses polish though. Let's see. Lots of art assets. You know, not animated. Right, so that loses polish because the game doesn't look as nice when you have 6 creatures that are all very quickly done that are not animated. So that's a lot of work, but I mean, you could also, like, what if it was 2D and the creatures very simple, again, like not even animated. I don't know. Interesting idea. What if there was like one creature? I don't know. One creature, and then you roll the dice, and then the side that lands up affects the creature in some way. I mean, that's basically the same as it being abilities on yourself, which I guess we haven't really talked about. I could jump to that. The creatures aspect I think is super cool, but requires probably too much art, like too much content for 48 hours. So not sure that's a great idea. But abilities, let's see. So these are like completely different gameplay based on what you roll on your dice. It'll be something like maybe even like your ability to jump or something. Hello, welcome. I'm currently brainstorming ideas for the Game Maker's Toolkit Game Jam. Feel free to pitch ideas and throw out anything you can think of. Mostly just kind of working on this mind map here, jotting down everything that comes to mind and jumping around, just jumping all over the place. So right now I'm thinking about, oh yeah, the theme of the jam is roll of the dice. So I'm thinking about what goes on the dice, because like, wouldn't it be cool if it wasn't just numbers, it was like a bunch of other crazy stuff. So like in terms of abilities, what if like your character couldn't even do like anything? Like the only thing you could do was roll dice, and even the ability to walk or the ability to jump was something that was on the dice. So like, for example, let me jot this down. Start with nothing. And then you have like, you're completely blocked. You can't do anything. You roll the dice and now you can walk, right? Like, because you happen to roll the walk. And maybe you walk until you hit a wall, but to get over that wall, how do you do that? Maybe you have to jump. Maybe there's like another one, like punch or something. Shoot. Just anything. And like, sure, you can jump over the wall. The jump would have to be like jump forward or something. But then once you jump over the wall, now you can't move again because you're just on the ground. So you have to roll the dice again and do something. That's maybe a little, again, tedious. Like if you have to roll the dice every single time, and you're looking for a specific thing, but you're rolling the dice over and over, it doesn't exactly feel great. Like, oh, I'm stuck here and I'm just gonna keep rolling, you know? You would need like multiple sides of the dice to allow you to advance. So, yeah, something I keep running up against is like, how do I encourage you to need to roll the dice? I mean, obviously needing the abilities to get past the puzzle is one thing, but once you have the ability to walk and maybe like you jump forward or something, and now you can just get through the game by jumping forward, like why do you need to roll again? Like what's the value of rolling? You should be excited to roll the dice, I think, rather than being restricted from rolling it. And that's the cool thing about abilities. I mean, like the other thing is maybe you roll the dice, you get a cool ability, and then it wears out over time. So get a cool temp ability, right? And when it wears out, you have to roll again. And then, you know, if there's 6 abilities, like, hey, you get to hopefully get another cool ability. And you're encouraged to keep rolling because you want to see, like, what is it? Like, what other abilities are on this dice? Like, that would be really cool. An obstacle or void coming after you on one side of the screen. Is that like, you have to get away from it as soon as possible, right? You're trying to run as far to the right as possible, but yeah. So there's essentially like a time limit. This thing is chasing you, you need to get away or else you die. So your abilities help you avoid that in some way, just some kind of pressure. Yeah. What other kinds of abilities are there? You have things like walk, jump, punch, shoot, but what if you didn't start with nothing, but you started with like, you know, the basics? Just one second. Okay. Yeah, so like, what if you started with the basics, but then you could have some cooler abilities, right? It's like punching, walking, or punching and shooting. Some kind of like flying. So that way you could always move in advance. But then there's like cooler stuff. Reflect projectiles. Grenades. I don't know. So like, what are you trying to do here though? I guess you're just fighting off enemies. go for as long as you can. I mean, that's not exactly the best. Like a game where you just kind of jump in, you survive as long as you can, and then the game ends, and maybe there's like a timer or a score. Not exactly sure that those are like the most satisfying to play. It'd be cool if the game had like a start and an end to it in some form. I guess when I was talking about the creatures, I was thinking like, what if there was some big boss? Like there's just one boss you're fighting, and you know, the goal of the game is just defeat this boss, but you're rolling the dice, you get some cool ability, you fight with that ability for a while, that ability wears out, you have to roll the dice again, get a new ability, that changes up how you play. And now you're just constantly changing your strategy, and then once you defeat that boss, you're done, and like, you've won. Laser shot through a wall, so you can progress. If there's no wall, you can shoot into the voice direction, so the recoil can speed you up. Yeah, so like abilities having multiple uses as well. Like, you know, Overwatch, you shoot far as rocket and it launches you, or Junkrat Mine, like you explode yourself into the air. Multi-use abilities, those are cool. Jot that down as well. Oh my god, I can't. Why is it not clicking? Yeah, I'm gonna come over here and jot down this boss concept. Just take a look at all this stuff, see if there's anything else that jumps out. I'm trying not to get like too tied down to a specific idea. I want to try to brainstorm as much as possible, cast the net really wide, see what, you know, all the different kinds of genres and games and stuff that are out there. So step away from abilities for a second, 'cause I was focusing on that a bunch. I haven't really, I mean, I was trying to keep away from like numbers being on the dice, because I feel like there's potential to really branch out. But what if I did focus on like numbers for a second? What if there were like numbers on the dice? Yeah, I mean, you got a number of sides, power like in D&D, that's the sort of thing. Of course, you can have just like base stats. Then what if like the stats entirely change? So like your entire party is you. Like what if you are the entire party? So like you're the healer and the caster and the, you know, the tank and also the like DPS. And every time you fight a new enemy, you need to like re-roll your stats. Well, that again like falls into that trap of you want a specific thing, but you're rolling a random dice and then you most of the time don't get it. So like if you were fighting a tanky enemy and you re-rolled your stats and then you got like something that's not good against the tank, yeah, I was thinking like you redetermine your stats every time you roll. The RNG there doesn't exactly work out, so that's not great. mean, the numbers could be other things, not stats. It could be like the number of moves on a board. I mean, that's just a board game, but how could we spin that though? You could also like take it to the other extreme, like every single thing you want to do, every single action, you have to roll dice. Let me jot that down. I feel like that could be something. Every action is a dice roll. Because you can make a comedy out of that, like some sort of comedy game, right? Like even to the point where selecting a button on the menu is a dice roll. Right, so if you want to click play, you want to bring up the options menu. Like you want to change the volume of the game, that's a dice roll. 6 is like max volume and 1 is like muted. Changing the music volume is a dice roll. Maybe you can use the dice concept to give the player new abilities or obstacles as challenges. The player may have basic abilities of its own to defend themselves from enemies. Yeah, I mean, you do something like that. Dice can be a mechanic that can worsen the challenge or help you survive the enemies. Yeah, so like some sort of trade-off there. Like, you don't exactly... I do really like that concept of like... you don't know what you're going to get, obviously. It's a dice roll. So it's like the probability of it being good versus bad is a trade-off that you have to weigh. And you roll the dice, you see the randomness, and then you have to deal with the results of that. Like, maybe it makes it more challenging for you. Maybe it makes it easier. And I mean, that's the appeal of a roguelike, right? Is you never know what you're going to get. So it gives a lot of replayability. Yeah. That's pretty cool. I should jot something like that down, make sure I have something there with put that under temp abilities up here. Oh, come on. I want to click this plus. Okay. So we got trade-offs, negatives with the positives. Cool. I want to take a look at this though. Actually, I want to check something else real quick. Just give me 1 second. I want to look at something here. Yeah, just give me 1 second. Just 1 second, doing something with the stream real quick. Okay. Going back to that now. Okay. Yeah, so now I'm exploring this concept of every action is a dice roll. I feel like there's something here. There's some comedy. Like selecting a button on a menu is a dice roll. As in like, you have to get above a 3 for it to successfully click the button. Or maybe you even throw the dice at the button and it needs to land on it or something. Changing the volume. And like, try to open a door. You like reach for the handle. That's a dice roll. You try to like pull it open, that's a dice roll. Try to like turn on the lights, that's a dice roll. What if like every step, that's like overkill. Every single step in the game is a dice roll. I mean, this concept of like the menu stuff, really funny. But could I even just fit that into whatever other game it is? It's not really like the core of the game. Like, what are you doing in this game? It requires a dice roll. And like, if you fail at the action, do you just do it again? Is that just annoying because you're just trying to do the action over and over and you just keep rolling? But I wonder, like, I could probably make some sort of just comedy game, right? Where it's just setting up a bunch of situations that require you to do stuff, and then you roll dice for each of the situations. So for example, it's not necessarily like every action in the whole game, although obviously like the menu stuff, you could just do that as a joke. But maybe you're like walking, this is getting like very similar to the game I made at the last GMTK thing, but like you're walking through a town and you walk up to somebody and like you want to buy a piece of bread or something. And in order to get the piece of bread, like you go to buy a piece of bread, right? And you roll and it lands on not bread, it lands on tomato. And it's like, okay, here's your tomato. And it's like, but I wanted bread. You know, I didn't want this tomato. Right? So the thing you're buying is not what you get. And like maybe you have one gold piece and you're trying to buy a piece of bread and it lands on something else. So now you need to go get more money. How do you get that money? You go perform a job, but what job do? You roll it, you get a different job. How much do you get paid? You roll that. And then maybe you can take that money, you go gamble with it, and like there's like a little gambling mini game or something. So the goal of the game is to perform a single simple action, but dice rolls get in the way. This is like so similar to the game I made last time, which was the theme was out of control, and I made a game where you have arms, like you're trying to get to the end of this area, like you're trying to get into this castle, but your arms are like, they have a mind of their own, they're out of control, and they just go and grab stuff and start messing with you and doing stuff. This is kind of similar in that the dice are the things that are getting in your way. You're trying to do a very simple task, like make a sandwich or something, and all you need is that bread, but you can't buy it because you keep rolling wrong, and you have to get more money and you roll weird stuff, and I think there's something interesting there that could be funny. You could even have like, you enter a dark room. Yeah, like one of the mini games, right? You get like a sweeping mini game or something. And you enter the room to clean it, but the lights are off, and you try to like turn the lights on, and it's not just a roll of a failure or a success, but you roll of like how bright are the lights. And then they're like so bright that it like blows out the whole screen with bloom, or it's like completely off, like it's pitch black and there is no light at all. And so you roll to get it somewhere in the middle, because that's what you want. But even if you don't get the perfect roll, at least like, well, maybe it's good enough and you can still kind of see what you're doing. Like that would be cool. Maybe you only get one chance at each dice roll. So you have to like live with the consequences here. I spell consequences. I hope that's right. Yeah, so let's see. Let me jot down just a bunch of simple minigame ideas. Like a bunch of simple premises. So you have to like get a job. Buy a specific item. Maybe the items have multiple uses. You can like, out of jobs, you can have like clean room, turn on lights. Maybe there's a fishing minigame. Fishing minigames are fun. Taking like simple concepts of like a concept of a game that you would see, almost like a meme game sort of thing. Take a game, a concept that exists in another game, and then say, well, roll the dice, and that's your that's how you have to play this game, right? So like, you want to cast the line to fish, well, you roll the dice, you don't choose where it goes, and then the dice determines how far the line goes. And when you need to reel in the fish, you just roll the dice, and that determines the strength. And like, yeah. Now, is there a lot of like gameplay? I mean, there's different ways to put gameplay into this. If you have something like, you know, the fishing game has less gameplay, but when you're buying an item, the item that you get, maybe you can use that in a different way. So like at the start of the game, you start with 1 gold piece or something. And so you buy an item for 1 gold piece, and maybe it's not the one that you wanted, but there's like each of the 6 items that you get, or maybe there's like 3. Each of the items that you get has some way to win the game using that, right? But now it's sort of like a puzzle game. You have to figure out how to use your item to win, or if you can't figure it out, get more gold and then buy a different item. Maybe one of the endings requires 2 items. And so that forces you to go through use like getting more gold, starting over even, like, okay, I'm going to take this 1 gold piece and I'm going to gamble with it. Yeah, that's another thing, gambling. Everybody loves gambling. Actually, that would be funny if it was like the cup game, right? If there was like the cup game, right, where they have the thing under the cup and you watch them switch it around. But then it's like, okay, which cup do you want? But you don't actually get to choose. You have to roll the dice to choose. So it's like completely pointless with you watching in the first place. That'd be hilarious. Yeah. So then you can like gamble your gold to get more. You can buy more items. It'd also be funny, like, so you get your gold, you buy the item, it's not the one you want, so you go get more gold, you come back, you try to buy another item, and you get like a duplicate of the same item you just bought. So you have to go like do another job. That could be a little frustrating, but at the same time, like, what if every item really did let you solve the puzzles and complete the game? And it was just on your lack of creativity where you couldn't figure out the solution to the puzzle with the item you had, or something along those lines. Maybe you tried to use the item, but you messed up. Like, as long as it's easy enough to earn more gold. Could be interesting. What other kinds of things? I mean, like, what other jobs? You could even say like fishing minigame is a job. what are other sorts of like typical kind of stereotypical things in video games of like, I mean, I know like hunting boars, killing basic creatures. How could that be like parodied? So this whole thing is essentially like a parody game where all the simple actions that you would normally do now are incredibly difficult because you have to roll the dice in order to do it. So like we got killing boars. A dice rolling game with no randomness? What does that even mean? You roll the dice. I'm gonna jot that down. Like, what does that even mean? I mean, I guess you could say like results are predetermined, but you could also say grid-based movement. Yeah, so I sort of had this idea before where like you kind of flip the dice, so you're not rolling them. But this is too complicated for my tiny brain. I don't know if I could like come up with a great design for something like this. In terms of grid-based there. I mean, there's also like the rolling aspect of the dice. Maybe it doesn't even really matter necessarily what the side is, like which side lands up. Doesn't really matter, but you like chuck the dice at somebody and like the physics object hitting them is what matters. I haven't really been focusing so much on the rolling aspect, mostly just the resulting dice aspect. Every time a die is rolled, a contrived, stupid reason causes it to be a specific value. Is the short story driven thing lacking agency? Yeah, that's pretty cool. Let me write that. So it's yeah, comedy. That's also like with this idea that fits in well here as well in terms of what is it like for one of the challenges, right? Like, so you have a job or you're trying to do a specific thing. Like, what if there was a thing where there was like royalty in this town and you walk up to the royalty and there's like an option to like kill the royalty or something, and you roll the dice and like it always forces it to be like to no, you don't kill them. Like, no, that's not okay, don't kill them. So it's like it makes it look like you have the chance, or maybe that's also like a funny joke is you roll the dice but every side on the dice is like an option. It's like you're answering a yes or no question, but you roll the dice and every answer is yes, like you don't actually have a choice. Dungeon Dice Monsters ripoff from Yu-Gi-Oh! So I watched Yu-Gi-Oh! As a kid. I don't exactly remember the rules of Dungeon Dice Monsters. Was that like you roll the dice and those are the stats? Kind of like D&D, or like the attack values and stuff for the dice? Like the dice rolls? I feel like it was something like that. It always picks the worst thing. Yeah, let me break this down. So forced outcomes. So you got something like yes, no question, but every option on the dice is yes. Then you also have things like you roll the dice and you see it roll, but it flips last second to the same side every time. What if you could have weighted dice, like obviously weighted dice? Like, I mean, there's two ways to do that. One is like you see the force pushing it into a specific side. But then there's the other one of like, there's actually a physical object on the dice. Like maybe it's not even square, it's rounded. Like dice isn't even square. The sides are rounded. Basically, always. Well, basically always, or just like it actually always lands on. So like you're fighting a cheater or something, like you go down a sketchy alley and some guy's like, hey, do you want to play a dice game to get some extra gold? So you roll the dice, like he's like, oh, we'll use my dice. And then he rolls it and there's like basically a flat side and like a semicircle, and it rolls and it like always flips back to the flat side because it's, you know, like a semicircle. It's a weighted dice that will never land on the side, and he basically just always wins. Let's see. Dungeon dice monsters, roll the die to make them unfold. Wait. Dungeon dice monsters, roll the die to make them unfold to make a bridge across the board, the opponent's life point spot, and then send your creatures across the path you built. I feel like I have not seen this before. It seems like that would have sounded familiar. Let me look up Dungeon dice monsters. Dice are used for monster attacks or building the path itself. It sounds pretty cool. Oh, let's see. A second. Got dungeon dice monsters here. Like a big grid-based thing. Oh, the dice literally unfold into these shapes. I see. Wait, welcome back. We've been jumping around a bunch of different topics. I forgot about this game completely. I'm not gonna lie. I see that there's like move, attack. I'm guessing this is like crit or double damage or something. Find a clip from the show. I'm gonna watch a whole episode. Yeah. I mean, I'll jot down, like, let me see. Oops. Let me come over here. I'll jot down to revisit this in a second. Actually, yeah, let me just pull up a clip from the show real quick. Dungeon Dice Monsters show? Yu-Gi-Oh.com. So far, I'm not learning anything about the game. There's a dinosaur with a cannon on its back. A dark magician jumps out of a hat. It's cool. A bunch of dots. Okay, yeah, that was very helpful. I'm sorry. No, yeah, but the concept of like the dice unfolding and creating a path is really cool. Concept of like using the dice to make a path in other ways. Like maybe you roll the dice and that's the number of sides that you can create, like the number of squares you can create on the board, and then that allows you to kind of curve your path or build it however you want, even if it's not exactly the same. I probably don't have the time to like make a full-on card battler or anything like that, so I couldn't get as complex as this, but yeah, I'm sure that the game explains mechanics well. I'm just, yeah, I could probably even just like find the rules online. But include an image of a large shrimp. What? Don't include it in the visible game, just in the files. I expect this done in 4 hours. Wow. I mean, that would be very easy. Yes. But honestly, if you don't include the, I mean, I guess you just like include the texture turned off or something. I feel like it gets compiled out even if it's not like in the game. But sure, yeah, I'll try to keep that in mind when I get to making the game. But yeah, so this is the mind map I have so far of all of the different brainstorming paths that I've gone down. So some of the key ones, thinking about what goes on the dice. So not just numbers, but weird other things. Like for example, abilities, like you roll your abilities all together and you don't know what you're gonna get. This concept like start with nothing, like you can't even walk or jump at the same time. You have to roll for the ability to be able to walk or to be able to jump, and you use that to get around puzzles. I like this creature idea of summoning creatures from your dice. So you have like your 6 Pokemon are like on one dice and you roll it. And yeah, add it to the resources folder by hand for sure. Yeah, doing creatures, that's like a lot of art assets that I don't know if I'd be able to actually do. Like, I'm just one person and I have to make the whole game. So I don't know if I can create like 6 creatures like that. The game is on the dice itself. So like each side of the dice is like a WarioWare mini game that you're trying to juggle. You rotate the dice on different sides to like try to solve all the games at the same time. It's also like, you could even say like a puzzle game, right? Puzzle game where you have to rotate to the different sides to solve the whole puzzle. So like you get a piece on one side and then rotate it, and then that solves one side, which unlocks something else, some piece of information, almost like an escape room. Rotate to the other side. It could be interesting. Almost like a lockbox sort of thing on a dice. Dice with other sides, dice on them. So rolling a 4 on a d6 makes you have to roll a d4. That's true. Like, yeah, like recursive dice in that's confusing to think about. Like, you have a d6 which rolls a 1, a coin, a d4, another d6, d20. Yeah, the theme's gonna make a bunch of games that I skip. Digital Bop It, yes, that's very cool. And it's gonna make a bunch of games that look and feel the same. I agree that like my first thought jumped to Dicey Dungeons, and then in the video revealing the theme, the first game he showed was Dicey Dungeons.
Your goal over the next 48 hours.
What? Where is it? All of the dice. Like the first thing he showed was Dicey Dungeons, right? Like, it's such a brilliant use of dice that like, I feel like your mind just jumps to it. It's like a roguelike and the power is based on the dice, but it's not just a stat. It's like a really cool thing. Yeah, dice are a criminally underused mechanic. I agree. I've been trying to find a way to, like I mentioned with this grid-based thing, I've been trying to find a way to to make this work, because the idea of like, you don't roll the dice, you flip them one tile at a time, and that's the side that's pointing up. I feel like there's something there, but I'm just not smart enough to sit down and like figure that out. But yeah, I mean, going back to this, the thing that I like the most right now is like this idea of every action is a dice roll and just making it a comedy game. I think it's very similar to the idea that I had before with the out of control, the hands that are like doing stuff to mess you up. The idea here is that like you're trying to do simple tasks, but every task is a dice roll, and it's not just a binary you succeed or fail. It's like on a scale of 1 to 6, how well done is the task. You know, the concept of like turning on the lights is one that I really like, which is like a 6 is like the lights are so bright that they blind you with like bloom all over the screen. And 1 is like so pitch black you can't see anything. And you're trying to do something in this room and you roll the dice and it's like, you know, hopefully you get a 3. Otherwise you're going to be like a 3 or a 4. Otherwise like you can't see anything. And you kind of have to like work around that puzzle, either fumble your way through the dark, or maybe go like buy an item and you buy a lantern, like a candle that helps you get through or something. Or like sunglasses. You like find sunglasses in the town somewhere and that helps you get through. So like a bunch of different items that do a bunch of different things and help you get through these puzzle mechanics that you might have screwed up with a dice roll. Really like this everything is a dice roll thing. Yeah, there's a lot of cool ideas to make it like a comedy game. You know, some of these other like forced outcomes, yes or no dice where every option is yes, obviously weighted, so it's like the dice isn't even a cube, it's like a half circle and it always lands on the one side, so you're obviously being cheated. And just filling it out with a lot of different puzzles, a lot of different tasks, and hoping that it's funny enough to make people laugh and play the game. Think about how Reigns takes binary inputs to highly dimensional outputs. That's true. So you have something like, I mean, in Reigns you have like all the different categories, like religion and political power and military might and whatever. And so each of your individual decisions impacts multiple categories at once. So you have to balance them all simultaneously. Yeah, a problem I keep coming back to as I'm thinking of ideas is like, well, 2 problems. One is like, sometimes you want a specific outcome and you roll the dice and then you don't get the outcome. So you try again. And it's like, well, I'm just going to keep rolling the dice until I get the outcome that I want, which is not great. Takes the point out of the randomness. And then the other one is like, I roll the dice, like why am I re-rolling? So once I get the version that I want, why would I re-roll? Like I need to be encouraged to roll the dice. So you can either like restrict it, prevent them from re-rolling, or you know, maybe have trade-offs. Every time you roll the dice, there's some aspect to it. Like, I guess with the Reigns thing is like, you could hurt yourself. You could actually lose the game by rolling the dice too many times. Something like that. I can jot that down. I don't even know if he spelled Reigns right, but... Yeah, I mean, so far I'm leaning towards this every action is a dice roll, even though it's very similar to the last Game Maker Toolkit Game Jam game I made. But I do really like the idea of making short comedy experiences, because you end up with a polished game. It does everything it's supposed to do. It's like one package. A lot of these other games are like score based, right? Survive as long as you can, or get the shortest time possible. And you like you play it once and you get a score, and it's like, well, this score is meaningless to me. Like I could throw it away or whatever. Did I have fun while playing? Like, I don't really know. Yeah, maybe I got a good score or didn't get a good score. I just don't have any context. But like, if the game has a start and a finish, and there are things in the game that make you laugh and are specifically there to hook you, make you laugh, make you think, and then you have this sense of closure when the game's complete. Like, that's a complete package. You know, a lot of puzzle games are like that as well. So puzzle games are great for game jams. I know that in the Game Maker Toolkit Game Jam, puzzle games do very well, more so than like action games. Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of that like digital bop it, WarioWare on the dice thing, but if it's just a survive as long as you can thing, that's like the same kind of problem. You're just juggling a bunch of really annoying tasks. It doesn't leave that kind of satisfying taste in your mouth. Yeah, things like the abilities. Each side of the dice is a new ability. And if you make it a puzzle game like that, that just kind of becomes frustrating again with like you're re-rolling the dice to get new abilities. If you make it some sort of combat game, like if you're fighting a single giant boss and you know, your abilities wear out and you get new abilities, I wonder if that is too much work as well. It's like, sure, I can make a giant boss, has some sort of fighting, and then make a couple different abilities. Like I have to make 6 abilities to fight. There's a lot of animations. Unless it was like first person, it's a shooter, so you're just an FPS and you get a bunch of different guns. You roll the guns, maybe. I'm not huge on shooters, but it doesn't have to be guns, but you could have swords. You could have weirder, stranger weapon ideas. But the idea is that it's first person. So you're rolling new guns in an FPS, you're fighting something, waves of enemies, trying to get through a level, maybe. Again, it's like you typically just want to roll for the thing that you want. Maybe you have to find new dice, but again, that's just like randomness. It's not really playing into the dice so much, right? The dice isn't like a thing that you're throwing. You're kind of just like, oh, I get a random weapon, it's 1 in 6, right? You're familiar with Powered by the Apocalypse, which I'm not, unfortunately. Tabletop RPG system. Your comedy game in that framework. Every time you try to do a challenging thing, you roll a 2d6. The result maps to less than 6 is a fail, 7 to 9 is success. The cost, and then 10 plus is a success. Yeah, do the comedy game in that framework. The thing I like about the comedy game is that like you're not tied to there being numbers on the dice. Like the thing that started it was like, what if you're trying to buy an item, right? And it's like, I just want to make a sandwich. That's all I'm trying to do. Like the simple thing, I just need some bread. I need to like buy some bread to make my sandwich. So you go to the shop and you try to buy a piece of bread and you roll the dice and it's like, you don't get bread, you get a tomato. And it's like, well, no, I need the bread, but I'm out of money now. Like, what do I do? I guess that still kind of works of like success and failure. I definitely could work that into like some of these areas. Like maybe you're fishing and less than a certain value is a success or a failure. I mean, the thing about like tabletop, they're restricted by this idea of you have to roll dice with numbers on it because the dice have to be used for many different situations. But in a digital game, I could make the dice be anything, right? Like the fishing mini game, like successful cast could be a picture of a fish, and then the line snaps, and that becomes like a drawing of the line snapping. That's like visually shown on the dice, and when you roll it, you see the result. Yes, a roll. That's pretty good, actually. That would be really funny. Like, that's the title of the game, is like roll for a roll, or like dice roll. Strategy game where the environment around you changes by chance. I mean, I had one idea was like up here, what goes on the dice, and I was saying like world state. Maybe there's like weather, season, time of day. So as you're rolling the dice, the entire world state is changing. But yeah, like a strategy game. So you're fighting off maybe multiple enemies, and the environment around you changes. So like you roll something to do something, but that also changes the environment. That could be cool. In terms of like, you know, maybe you want a crit, right? Like you're rolling the dice to try to get a crit to deal a lot of damage, but the same dice on that max value is like, it spawns something else in the environment, like a mountain or something that cuts off your path through the grid or something. And now, like, uh-oh, even though I succeeded and got a crit and killed the enemy, that messed up my other plan. Something like that. You could even just do, like, there's a lot of RNG in these RPG games, where the dice roll is essentially like a random number generator, is just a dice roll under the hood, but you're not seeing the dice rolling. If I really want to drive this theme home, I want to like visually show the dice like appearing on screen and doing stuff. So yeah, I'm trying to like lean away a bit from just like, oh, it's roll the dice. Well, that's a turn-based RPG, just like you're a strategy RPG where you're just fighting people and they just happen to have random stats that are dice rolls. Like maybe it'd be cool if like you were fighting by actually throwing the dice, and like you hit them with the dice and then it lands on a side. So like every attack is a new dice roll that does something. Like that could be cool too. Maybe you like throw dice at enemies and then it spawns objects based on what side it lands on, where it lands, right? So like you throw the dice, it hits somebody, then it lands somewhere, and then like the tree side is face up and it just spawns a tree there. So you're at like the landscape is changing. This is more of an action game now, but landscape changes based on the results of rolls. That could be cool. So for example, like spawns trees, carves holes in the ground, spawns more enemies. Maybe the enemies also throw dice. And like that, maybe the enemy dice does chaotic things. So what if like friendly dice like repairs the environment, but then like enemy dice destroys the environment? So maybe you're like the good guy and they're like scorching the earth and destroying trees and you know, just causing havoc, and you're throwing dice and you're trying to like put out fires and plant more grass like Okami style. It creates like a sphere that you know, regrows the grass in an area and plants flowers and stuff. So you're trying to like make the place prettier, and the enemies are trying to destroy it. So you gotta like, kill the enemies with your dice, and also repair the environment and stuff. So you're like running around doing stuff while enemies are running around destroying things. Doesn't exactly feel like dice focused. At that point, it's more about like the actions you're performing and less about the randomness of it. That's a neat idea there as well. I do want to jot down this roll concept because it is really funny. I feel like making an entire game concept around a pun is such a good thing to do. It always like just sells it. I mean, the fact that like what percentage of these Game Maker Toolkit Game Jam games are going to use roll as bread? Right, like very few. Roll of the dice. It's so good. I mean, technically, like, dice is also a word for, like, cutting something up, right? Is it spelled the same way? Yeah, that's the thing, dicing the tomatoes, exactly. Roll of the dice. I mean, can you dice bread? Right? Cutting bread is dicing it, right? I gotta Google that real quick. I could be insane. Dice. Apparently there's a dice.com, which is not what I want. Yeah, it's just cut food into cubes. Okay. I guess that... Wait, can you dice? Wait, If you cut something into cubes, that's dicing. But then obviously the cubes could be dice. Like, so you cut something into cubes and then roll the cubes. So what if, like, that's actually like a unique concept here. So you cut object into cubes, right? And then you roll the cubes. Well, first, this is the definition of dicing. And then the resulting dice will allow you to do something. So what if you could, like, what if there's like a tree and you hit the tree and it, like, you cut it and it turns into a cube, and then you roll the cube and that respawns the tree in a different form. So now there's 6 forms of this tree. Maybe there's like a tall thin tree, or like a short fat tree, or like a tree with a bunch of branches, or whatever, just a bunch of different forms of trees. And you roll it, right? So every object can be turned into a dice that can then be re-rolled. So every object has its own unique dice. When I first saw the theme, my first thought was a sushi roll filled with knives rolling off a table. Filled with knives? What do you mean it's a sushi roll filled with knives? Like, the one hid razor blades in their sushi roll? Wait, how was that the first thing you thought of? I'm very confused. I need some more explanation on that. But yeah, so if every object had its own dice, like what if you could re-roll yourself, right? Let's see. Re-roll myself. So that would change your own attributes. That's cool. The knives do the dicing. Oh, so it's like the sushi roll is a roll, and then the dice is the knives. How is that the first thing you thought of, though? That can't possibly be the first thing you thought of. That's like, unless you're specifically trying to like take the words roll of the dice and mix it up as much as possible to make it as unrecognizable of a theme. Oh, 1 minute delay? Oh, geez. I thought I set it up to not be delayed that much. But then I recreated the stream, and I'm not that familiar with like YouTube streaming to know how to change it. Let me see. If anybody knows streaming on YouTube, I know it's a great thing that everybody does, and not Twitch at all. But if anybody knows how to lower the delay here, that would be cool. I wonder, let me just see real quick. Stream latency, it defaults to low latency. And I don't think I can change it after it's already started, fortunately. Oh, it's set to normal latency. That's not good. I wonder if I could like end the stream temporarily without cutting the whole jam, like cutting the whole thing and then changing it. I'm just Googling it real quick. Oh, it doesn't. It's not possible. I don't think. Okay, well, for now, I will leave it with the delay, and next time, maybe I'll take a break and fix it up, and come back. Definitely by tomorrow it should be fixed, but maybe I'll cut it and come back. For now, I'll just deal with the latency. Yeah, so you said, going back into the chat, exactly, when I see a theme, I try to make it as ridiculous as possible. That's a good way to approach the jams. I've known people who just like literally take the theme and just like, again, think of synonyms or rhymes with every word in the theme and just make it like, again, not at all related. I think that's like, that's a really cool way of getting unique games out of the jam. But when you're being judged by other people, they don't necessarily see it that way. They'll be like, why is this game about sushi and knives? And like, just totally not understand. And then they end up docking you points on theme. And like, this game doesn't fit the theme at all. It has nothing to do with dice. So that's like, that's the one downside when you're actually like competing. What if you could roll the dice to see what kind of character you are, and then you have to free the other characters to unlock them. See what kind of character you are, and then you have to free. Oh, so like, that's interesting. So there's like a bunch of characters in the game, like 6 characters, I guess it would be. And you roll the dice, and that's your starting character, and then you have to like go find the other ones. Like those are your party members. The downside of that is creating 6 characters and then making gameplay for each of them unique enough. And then each player is essentially only playing one of the characters. It's kind of rough. It's like a lot of content that's not being seen by every player, especially for like a 48-hour game jam. Really tough. Yeah. So I think it's a good idea. It's just a little challenging to get done in 48 hours. Yeah, the delay isn't too bad when you get used to it. Also, I do kind of read the chat like a bit later. Like I see them go up, but sometimes I'm like talking about something or jotting some notes. So maybe it's also just me being slow at responding. But yeah. I'm still really liking this every action is a dice roll. I want to explore this a little bit more just to see. Cutting objects into cubes and dicing them. So like you're dicing an object by turning it into a dice. Then you roll it and it gets recreated as something else. It's like, what are you, like, why are you cutting them up? Why are you trying to recreate objects? Like, for example, yeah, you could cut down a wall. So your actions are essentially cut object into dice and then pick it up and then roll it. Those are your two actions. So you could be like, cut down a wall and then recreate it somewhere else. Right, so that's like one puzzle element. Is like maybe every object in the game is cuttable, or almost every object except like walls, or like typical walls. You even say like this is the door. Like cutting out a door is very interesting, especially if you have like portals or something. You could cut a door and then when you re-roll it, right, it creates a new door, but it's a 1 in 6 chance that it goes to the same location. You're cutting things up because you're cooking. That's true. You could have a game of just like basically just a full-on dicing game. Like you're just cutting them. Probably not, or like maybe you re-roll them into higher quality ingredients or something. So like you cut a tomato, turns it into a dice, and you re-roll it to be a 1 in 6. Or maybe you roll the dice and it's either 1 slice or 6 slices, and you have to pick the slices out. That could be cool as well. Let me jot that down. So cooking, right? We've got, where does it always do that? So you're cooking, say you like turn tomato. Wow, I can't type. Turn tomato into dice and then roll 1 through 6 slices. And then you need to like, you need 3 slices. This guy really likes tomato. You need 3 slices on someone's burger, but only got 2, right? So you only rolled a 2. So now you need to like go find another tomato so you can cut it up again. Right, so now you need all these different ingredients, and yeah, you're like making something out of it. I don't know. I think the tutorial is you starting to make a sandwich, then you find the other ingredients, you have to go on an adventure. Cue, cutting doors, walls, etc. Yeah, I mean, like cutting the tomato, cutting the ingredients could just be the, again, the start. Yeah, that integrates well into the every action is a dice roll, like just a larger adventure that incorporates dice into everything it does. If you like cut doors, what other things can you cut? You might like cut a tree to create a log, right? And then use that log to like cross the river, cross a chasm, climb a wall, do something. So you would like cut the tree and then you re-roll it and it becomes a log of different sizes. I mean, it'd be cool if like you re-rolled it and it became a different tree rather than just being like a log. But you know, whatever the use case is. You cut lights. You cut a light and it creates a shadow. Just really abstract concept. So I'll write that down as well. Cutting a light. In the cooking game idea, you could add something where your boss wants you to work fast, so you have maybe some kind of time limit. That's true. Yeah, so like you're trying to make as many burgers as possible, right? Like to like serve your customers, and each one has different requirements. So you're trying to make them as fast as possible, and like that's with a tomato. Like say this guy wants 3 tomato slices on his burger, so you cut it and you only get 2 slices, so you have to run really quickly across the room in the kitchen and grab another tomato and cut that. And now that's like, how do you now you get like a bunch of slices, and then you pull as many as you need, like between 1 and 6 slices. I don't know how many like different applications of that there are. Like tomatoes cool, but maybe like I guess you could grill the steak, and it's like he wants it cooked to a certain amount, and so you roll the dice to determine how much it cooks, and if you overcook it, then you're like, uh-oh, throw that burger away, get a new burger, keep rolling to try to cook it some amount. It's like you roll a 1 and it's like, oh, that's not enough, roll another 1, oh, that's not enough, then you roll a 6 and you're like, oh, that's too much, you throw it away, get a new burger. I mean, that's not about dicing anymore, now it's just cooking, but I guess that's rolling the dice, so that'd be cool. I don't know what that's called, like rareness or doneness or something. I mean, then you have other things like lettuce, cheese, sauces. 2D top-down car racing game with dice rolling, with 2-player dices. So is this like 2 people racing against each other? Each person is rolling their own dice. I mean, what do the dice do? Is that like your speed? Is that your turning? Is that I mean, could you even be like a reroll the stats? Yeah, I'm curious to hear more on that. You have any other ideas? There's the blackjack element of building up smaller rolls and hopefully not going over. Yeah, exactly. On the cooking, like cooking the meat and hoping you don't go over. That's just like a general fun concept. I'll jot that down here. Roll a bunch of times. Try not to bust. That I think you can like draw connection lines, sort of. A weird dotted line there. I don't even know if it's possible to see that. Yeah, very tough to read. Yes, for the top-down car. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of interesting things you could do there. Like, it's essentially turn-based, and you roll the dice. I mean, there's like cooler ideas for a turn-based car racing game that doesn't involve dice. I wonder if there's like a way that you could integrate the dice more into it. There's so much like you roll, there's like a random element to how you steer and what your speed is and all that stuff, but how does it necessarily apply other than just like, oh, I got a bad roll? I guess, I mean, that makes sense. Like, you kind of have a board game, right? You're moving along the board game as far as you can. So here you roll the dice, you get a certain distance for your car, and you have to aim like, do I go outside the loop? Do I have enough? Yeah, maybe there's a tight turn, so I roll a low number, I can take the inside of the turn. But if I'm really fast, I have to go on the outside, and that sets me up bad for the next time. There's a cool element there. I'm also trying to focus on like a single player game right now, because this game jam is judged by people who are playing it solo. So that's my goal, but of course I could make AI controlled cars and things like that. So something like that could work. Let me jot that down as well. It's like a top-down racing game against AI. Game where the enemy is the dice. You don't know, don't know how that would work, but might be a cool concept. Yeah, it'd be cool if like you kill the enemy and then they drop, right? And then the side that lands up is something. Maybe that's like you're trying to collect currency, and every time you kill them, the side that lands up is, or like maybe when you kill them, a bunch of dice spill out, and then, you know, if a 6 lands up, that's like that's a bunch of gold or a really rare power up or something. And if it's a 1, then it's like you get some pitiful amount of gold. Roll 1 is move 1 distance. Roll 5, move 5 distance. Yeah, I mean, there's not necessarily a bunch of strategy with that. You're just kind of RNGing. I like the idea of like, well, that's your power. Yeah, like the distance. It's not so much a tiles. It's like your strength of how much horsepower you get to propel yourself forward with speed. And you maybe like, you have control over the turning. You have to steer. Try not to crash. Try not to slow down. That could be cool. Let me jot down the enemy are dice. And I'll even throw like kill enemies, drop more dice, get loot based on roll. No turning straight road. I mean, isn't that just roll a bunch of dice and see who gets the highest value? I'm trying to think now of like cutting objects into cubes. What other things can you cut? Like what abstract concepts? Can you cut words maybe? Like you cut words to form new sentences. Maybe you cut a word and then you cut a 6-letter word and then each letter from the word is on the dice and you roll it and then you get that letter or something. I don't know. It's kind of weird. That could be like weird abstract sort of puzzle game. I mean, I do really like this concept of like cutting objects into cubes. But there's a lot of like very specific puzzle elements that I would need to figure out before starting on it. What other things can you cut? And how do you recreate those cuts? Like, how do you re-roll the dice to get the object back in a different way that makes it interesting? Like cutting a reflection in a mirror, that like too weird. There's also like simple objects. What about simple things? Can you cut water into a cube? what other like basic items do you find in adventure games? I mean, like guns and swords. You can cut a sword, cut a gun, cut metal. Just you turn something into a cube and then you roll it to recreate it. Maybe like a cable. So you hook two things together. You like cut the cable to disconnect two things, and then you roll it and it connects two other things. In the racing game idea, you can make obstacles such as other cars, trees, rocks, etc. Yeah, that could be cool. Just steer around them. This video, yeah, I don't know if you can share videos, or maybe you can and they don't. Let me see. But yeah, like obstacles. Yeah, what am I even looking at here? Dungeon dice monsters. Has anybody actually submitted projects already? Let's see. Let's see real quick. It's a cool logo they made. It doesn't show the number of submissions, I don't think. I was wondering if anybody already submitted a game. Be crazy. Let me jump here. Yeah, I didn't get a video if you were trying to post something. But yeah, the car idea, right? So you have a car and you're trying to like steer around obstacles, trees and rocks and things. So you get like 5 distance and you want to like stay on the inside of the curve because that's where it is faster. But like if you try to angle too close to the inside of the curve, there might be a rock in the way. So you decide to go around the rock and then you lose time. And that's part of the racing idea. So you like steer around curves, avoid obstacles. That could be cool. Wonder if like the dice, if the cars were dice in some way. That'd be funny. Like the car flips over. It's like a 3D car, right? And it drives up a ramp and it flips over and it lands on its side. And that's like, well, you're dice. So the side that you land on is something, right? Fresh Guacamole by PES. Let me see what this is. Just Google searched fresh guacamole and it started giving me recipes. This is like, oh, cutting an object. Yeah, I have seen this. This is really cool. The stop motion cutting things. It's so cool. There's cutting like baseballs and oh, there's dice. There's dice in it. It's pretty cool. I'm not showing it on screen, but you can probably hear it. Let's see. Back to this. Get rid of the theme. Yeah. Not sure what other objects to cut. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. Is like I'm struggling to think of puzzles here. And the ones that I have like aren't even that good. Like the concept of cutting a door, I think it's really cool, but do I have faith in myself to be able to make like portal tech and include it in the game and also make a bunch of interesting cutting puzzles? Probably not. Cutting lights to create shadows. It's kind of like, I don't know. It sounds challenging as well. So I'm not sure. Like maybe some of those ideas can be integrated into the every action is a dice roll game. I keep coming back to this, is like my favorite so far. I think it like really hits the theme on the head and like you know right away exactly what jam it is. I mean, the racing idea is kind of cool. It's more like the focus of the game is the fact that it's a turn-based racing game, less so than like the fact that it's a dice game. So it's almost like, oh, let's make a game about a turn-based racing game and then kind of fit dice into it, as opposed to like being a game that was specifically designed around the theme of roll of the dice. I'm just gonna jump onto Twitter real quick and see like what are other people coming up with. I wonder, has anybody come up with any other interesting games? Actually, real quick, let me do something else too. Just 1 second. Yeah, let's see. Endless Dice Runner. So an endless runner where you are dice. Or like you're rolling to see how far you can go based on some factors. Maybe you can only move some distance, like if you are like you only get to move some set distance, so you have to like do something with the endless runner, otherwise you're gonna like fall in a hole or hit an obstacle or something. So you have to like plan how you do it based on the dice, something. In the EAI ADR game, what? Your car could be made out of dice and move with the mechanics that have been described for the racing game. Oh, each action is a dice roll? Yeah. Your car could be made out of dice. Wait, what? Oh, okay. So now, I mean, essentially what you're saying is take that entire other idea that was already going to take 48 hours to make and then put it as a small gag in this other gag game. No, I mean, that's a great idea. It's hilarious, but also like a lot of work. Also, I was gonna bring up the Game Maker's Toolkit hashtag and take a look at what other people are making. I don't know, or just like see what anybody's thinking of. But I'm also like not sure I want to show like random Twitter stuff on stream. But yeah, I don't know. Just scrolling through some ideas. I see some dice being tossed, people rolling. Somebody already made like that sort of grid idea of flipping the sides. So lots of people thinking about dice on grids, some kind of card game stuff. Plays a 3D die roll yourself, fighting game with the players of dice, wave-based tower defense, and there's not much about like cutting or bread, as we have been talking about a lot. But that's cool. Let's see. Dice could roll at random times and change the end goal of the game. So like your win condition is changing. That's kind of neat. Let's see, so like why is these plus so hard to click? Okay. And like the win condition. So you're like trying to put yourself in the best position to clear as many possible end conditions as possible, but you don't exactly know like what is currently the end condition. That's an interesting one. Do you know of any turn-based racing games as inspiration? I have seen them on Twitter. I don't know of them by name. But I mean, I was working on a racing game for a little while, just like when I was in college. So I was always interested in like really abstract, strange racing games. I'm sure like if you Google searched, let me try like turn-based racing game. Vector racing, is that one? I think this might be the one that I was thinking of. Okay, let me, one sec. Pull this up on stream here. Yeah, so this is like, you kind of pick a direction to go. I mean, this is more tile-based. The one that I had seen was actually not like this at all, now that I think about it. It was more like you pick a direction and you kind of steer and arc your car in a direction. I'm sure there's a bunch of turn-based racing games, but yeah, interesting concept. Yeah, shout out to Race Condition. That was the game that we were working on, the two of us actually. And that was a fun game, but very difficult to make. And also very abstract, very strange. But I've always been into like racing games that aren't just kart racers or Forza clones. Like every racing game out there is like a Mario Kart game or a Forza game. The top-down racing game idea is cool because like Kirby Air Ride has that. It works really well, but again, like I don't know if that necessarily fits with like roll of the dice. Like that feels more like a racing game where you're forcing dice into it as opposed to a game that was designed with this theme in mind. But still a really cool idea nonetheless. Yeah, so right, what I was gonna do was I was thinking of this cut objects into cubes, maybe integrating that more into every action as a dice roll. Even like this cooking aspect, right? That could be like one of these jobs. So for anybody who's like wasn't here when we were talking about every action is a dice roll, the idea here is exactly what it sounds. Everything you do in the game is like a dice roll, and so it's a comedy gag game, almost like a parody where you're trying to do simple tasks. The idea of that came to mind first was like make a sandwich, and it happens to fit the idea of like roll really well. Is like you're trying to do a simple task, and to do each of these tasks you have to roll the dice in order to do it. But the dice rolls, like they could help you out and be a perfect success, or they could totally screw you over. And the idea was like forcing you to do things. Maybe you have to buy enough ingredients. You have to buy enough ingredients to make the sandwich. And so you need gold, so you have to perform tasks to get gold, and then doing that like screws you up. Like you end up not getting the gold, or you gamble it away, you try to get gold faster. Like there are a bunch of different gags and things that I could throw in there. Yeah, Monkey Ball with even jankier physics because it's a cube. They're actually like even in Monkey Ball, in Monkey Racing, there is a cube. Like there's a power-up you can get where you shoot an object and it turns your opponents into a cube, and it totally gives you janky physics. That's super funny. It's like it's like I guess a debuff. There's even one that turns you into an ice cube and you just go sliding and go like flying off the track. Really fun. Another abstract kind of racing game. I guess it's more of a kart racer. It's kind of like Mario Kart, but yeah. So I'll jot this down. Like physics game, play as dice / cube, and then janky physics. You get super janky physics because you're a cube. I mean, that's cool. Can you like, actually there's another game, Box? What's it called? Like box platformer? I forget what it's called. Box platformer, what's it called? Oh, Unbox, I think is what it's called. It's a platformer where you play as a cube and you do kind of roll around a bit. But it mostly sliding, but then there's some like janky where you like land on your corner by accident and it kind of sends you flying. Like that's a cool janky physics game with platforming stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 enemies are jumping from the sky. When you roll the dice, you shoot the name. So yeah, you shoot the enemy that's associated with the number that you roll. Interesting. So it's like the enemies are, I mean, you could have potentially like multiple of the same enemy even. So like maybe you have like multiple 2s, so you have to roll multiple 2s. Again, the part of that is like you're just rolling dice over and over and over until you succeed. It's less about like strategy or dealing with the outcome. It's more about like, you know, again, just like trial and error. There's less like skill and strategy involved, kind of just like the resulting RNG. The QWOP, but it's 6 keys, 1 for each side of a cube. Oh my god. There was another game that's kind of like that, except it was a 2D game, and it was a 4-sided cube. 4-sided cube is a square. And you would press the buttons on a controller, so it's like A, B, X, Y. I forget what this is called. Oh, sorry, I missed the message about this. UVA, I don't know how to pronounce that, but let me take a look at that as well. But yeah, this other game was a cube, or a square, and you push it. So like you push your arm out the side of the square based on the button you press on your controller. So doing that on a cube with QWOP sounds really interesting. Something else you could do is like, instead of pushing, right, you can have like air vents that blow. Yeah, 3D, and it's a mess. Yeah. Also, hi Alex. Welcome to the stream. I'm still brainstorming ideas now for the GMTK Game Jam. The theme is roll of the dice. So I have this giant mind map here of all these ideas that we've come up with so far. This is my current favorite, is every action is a dice roll, but we're still brainstorming ideas. Currently I'm looking up, I don't even know how to pronounce it, QVA Driga. It's a tactical chariot racing game. Looks pretty cool. Not gonna lie, looks fun. But yeah, so what if there was like, each side of the cube had like an air vent on it, and you were blowing air out of that vent. So you were like, you know, you could like blow up into the air to start hovering the cube, and then you blow out the back to push yourself forward, but then you start to rotate, and then you have to find out which side. I mean, I feel like that gets out of hand really fast. Maybe there's like, you can tether to things to like swing around or pull yourself. I'm not exactly sure. It's a complete mess in 3D. Like that's, maybe there's some way to like stabilize yourself with like using the mouse. You can sort of like rotate in the air to stabilize yourself or something. Do you pronounce like a U? Quadriga, maybe? Sure. Okay, so you have to roll the dice in order to see what dice to roll, to see your ability. So it's like recursive. Each side of the dice is multiple dice, it just expands out. So like a D6 becomes a D36 essentially. Could be interesting. And what game are you making? Currently, we're not sure, right? We're still brainstorming. So any of these ideas, some of my favorites, yeah, like you roll dice and that's like what is on the dice. It's not necessarily numbers. It's things that are like abilities or pictures of things you need to find or something like that. Maybe portals you can go walk through the dice, like it's a big dice or something. This idea of like dicing being cutting, right? Maybe you can cut objects into cubes, and then you roll those cubes and it recreates new objects that have new properties or something. So that's dicing and rolling and combining that theme in that way. Yeah, still trying to come up with ideas. The game they were talking about was like Quadriga, QVA, some kind of chariot racing game. Yeah, we were talking before about like a turn-based racing game. but I feel like it doesn't exactly fit the theme super well. It feels more like a racing game that you fit the dice into, as opposed to a game designed around the dice. But yeah, looking over some of these other ones. Yeah, something about like a single boss fight, where you get new abilities and you're fighting a boss, but you have to keep rolling. Like, you have no ability and you roll the dice and that gives you some new ability. Really, that's kind of just RNG more so than like factoring the dice into the equation. Also, it's already been 2 hours and 20 minutes of brainstorming. It's crazy. Time just like flew by. Wow. Yeah, but I feel like we have some good ideas here. Like a number of good ideas. Let's see. Something real fast. Okay, I guess I'll keep digging on this every action is a dice roll idea. Because I wanna like polish this a little bit more, see if it, because so far this is like the prevailing idea. So let's see. So like, what if it starts with the goal is to make a sandwich, because roll is bread. You need to get your ingredients to make a sandwich. It's something very like primal, simple. Everybody knows how to make a sandwich. But you're getting hit with problems every time you try to do something. You try to buy ingredients, but you can't get the ones you want. You're trying to buy items, you can't get the ones you want because you're rolling them, and it's just not giving you the dice rolls that you need. So you have to go get a job to get more gold because you ran out. You tried to buy some items, you rolled the dice, and it gave you the wrong ones. You go get a job, and each of those jobs, and, you know, would I have to make multiple jobs? Potentially. And each one would have to be very simple, just like basically a joke, very simple joke. This is a gag game. It's like a parody, a comedy game. Yeah, so things like cleaning the room, going fishing, doing cooking. Can you make a game? Hopefully. In the next 45 hours. But yeah, so let's see. Right, the gambling. I'm gonna put this one. Can I move these without? Oh, I can. Cool. That one up there. Let's see. Roll for the. See how light. Move this up here. Can I like restructure this to condense it? I thought there was a way to do that. I guess not. Maybe it's here if I click this and whatever, I give up. Good enough. Let's see. Also, if anybody's curious about like the kinds of games that I like to make and my past games, my past game jams, you can check out this YouTube channel. Feel free to like watch any of the videos that are all there. I tend to make a trailer for every game jam that I do. I make a trailer for it. I post it on this channel. So you can see like, you know, what am I signing up for here? What is like the kind of quality of game that I'm going to be making and the type of game. You can check them out. And yeah, I feel free to like stop back anytime during the jam, see the progress, pop back at the end. I'd be happy if anybody like checked out the game, played it, told me what they thought. Hopefully this is more of a collaborative feeling, you know, you can like offer your suggestions and you know, help shape the game. So in this idea, maybe you could buy upgrades to increase your chance of getting a good roll. Potentially. I don't know about like increasing the chances. Because like, I feel like if you buy an item, right, from the shop, maybe you get the increased chance just by the fact that the item you bought is no longer there. Like, oh, I want this bread, but I bought an item, like I bought a roll, I rolled the dice. What am I saying? Bought a roll. You want to buy the roll, the bread, but you get a tomato, right? Now, you're like, I don't need this tomato. You throw it on the ground. Now that tomato is not in the shop, so you're not going to roll it again. Like you already naturally have an increased chance of getting what you want. That's kind of nice. To add some agency to every action, dice roll. You can make all the rolls be in the blackjack style, increasing the lights until it burns out. Increase the agency. Hold on. Add some agency. Oh, the blackjack style of like you increase, but if you go too high, then it burns out. Yeah, that could work. Like really, any of these could be the blackjack style. Take a look at the game Roulette Night on itch. I've not heard of that. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Roulette Night. Oh, it's a Ludum Dare game? Or maybe there are multiple games with the same name. Oh, this is a 2 incompatible genres game. This is the game. Let's see. Oh, geez. Immediately starts off dark. Great. That's a brilliant move, right? That's how you play Russian roulette. You fill every slot. Do I have any gold? I don't think I do. Oh, okay, there you go. Wait, oh. Okay. So you like load it up and then... Let's see, you get gold. That's pretty clever. That's cute. I mean, essentially this is like a dice roll, right? Russian roulette here. I mean, it's a bit more clever in that you can choose how many sides you want on the dice. Can I mute the audio? Probably not. Oh wow, there's like a full upgrade tree. This is really involved for like a game jam. Yeah, very good art for a game jam. Honestly, it has like music and sound effects, like even just that sound effect. Plus button animations and like a full tech tree. It's like pretty crazy. Pretty awesome. But let's see. I'm just gonna play that game. Let's see. So maybe something like you can change which sides, like what's on the dice. I do want to jot down the blackjack rule. Let's see. Blackjack rule can be applied to any dice roll. Well, to any task, I guess you could say. If needed. And just to clarify, that's keep rolling dice until number too high. Yeah. Yeah, but then, let's see, we also have modify what appears on the sides of the dice. Right, so that this is like Russian roulette. I don't even need to specify that, but is that too complicated? That's probably too hard to do in like a jam. To have some sort of like UI where the dice unrolls and you can pick what goes on the dice and then you roll it. I mean, that's a great idea, even just a general idea to like put in any kind of any idea. So like maybe one of the tasks has something, I don't know, like whack-a-mole or something, right? And there's like 8 spots that the mole can come from, like whack-a-mole, and you decide which holes you want to put on the dice. You can like put them all in the same hole, and then you guarantee to always whack that whack-a-mole spot. Or you spread out, like you modify the dice to be every hole equally, so that but then it's complete randomness. That's interesting. There's also the idea of like, do you have a dice? Like, oh, I have my dice and I bring it to all of my tasks. Or is it that each task has its own dice? Probably it's funnier if each task has its own dice. There's more room to create comedy experiences. But bringing your own dice with you, that you have like permanent modifications to, might be cool as well. Like you could go somewhere and weight it to a specific side, and then you go and perform your task, you roll the dice, and it like you get it re-weighted to a different side or something. It could be interesting. So permanent dice modifications alter like subsequent tasks. Good job. There's like whack-a-mole / killing rats in a basement, in a cellar or something. Bring the cooking dice to the toilet could create comedy. I mean, sure. It's like the idea of you could just like carry any dice anywhere. Well, maybe there's some dice that you can carry to different places, and some dice are in the specific outcome. Like, for example, a yes or no question would just be you roll the dice. So you wouldn't just bring a yes or no dice somewhere. Yeah, I'm trying to think now. I started like thinking a bunch about like even just the UI for rolling a dice. I'm gonna jot it down super quick before I forget. So like, say you have your screen or something, right? And you're doing something in the world, but then maybe a little dice tray appears off the side of the screen. It's like a render texture camera, and you actually just see the little cube like get rolled in this little window, and then it like tells you what the resulting roll was. Something like that, maybe. Okay. That's not what I thought it was. Yeah. Just going back to this. So let's see. Basically, it becomes a giant point and click adventure puzzle, but with dice RNG involved. Pretty much. It's essentially a point and click adventure with some dice related puzzles. Instead of like clicking around the environment to find things, it's more like you're performing the task and then you, the dice are just there to like screw you up, like mess with you, make it not as easy. So I wonder, like, I mean, it's also like a fully, I'm imagining this as like a full 3D game. Where you actually walk around the environment and do stuff and you look for things, and that's the environment impacts it. So what if like the, what was I saying? Like the dice physically existing in the world could also be a factor, right? Like you pick up the dice and you throw it. So it's not just a little UI tray that slides on the screen. Like maybe that's not the case. Maybe you're actually in the world, right? And so you're a little guy in the world. I mean, it could be first person as well. Right, and you physically like throw the dice and you see it roll in the world or something. It's not exactly like, yeah, there could be other people around. But you have like the items you're trying to buy are here or whatever, and you're rolling the dice, and then the resulting dice roll. Is like the thing that you're buying, right? But maybe you could take that dice somewhere else and it does something else. Have you made a point and click before? I can imagine it's pretty simple mechanically. I mean, clicking on things is very easy, yes. Creating all the art for, say, a 2D game would be very challenging. I don't have many 2D art assets that I can just create, and as you can tell by this drawing, my art skills, while fantastic, are not good enough to create a full like point and click adventure game that could, I think, would be a polished experience. But yeah, like a 3D environment. I mean, that's essentially what I did for the last GMTK Game Jam I did. Yeah, some mostly static 2D environments with some interactable objects. True, but you'd also have to make a bunch of different environments. And also just clicking on the objects, I feel like that doesn't sell the comedy as much to me. Trying to think of like, how would the dice exist in a 2D versus a 3D world? Yeah, the same dice asset but different colors. I mean, yeah, for sure. They just like have textures on each side. Essentially just a sprite, and I just swap out the sprite for what I need, for sure. I mean, not that creating a cube is challenging, or like a rounded cube, but I guess I'll just pull it up for clarity's sake of like what I'm talking about. Let me see real quick. Pull up my itch.io page. Yeah, so this is the game that I made before that the previous Game Maker's Toolkit, well, not previous, but the last one I did, 2020. So there was a sort of town environment that you could walk around in, and you could like kill a guy and pick up a gun, and there were sketches, like just little comedy events, you know, just scattered throughout this town. It would suck if I like made another game in the same town area, like whatever. But I mean, making this was pretty quick, and what's this? It's a 3D game, but rolling a dice only shows a single value to the player because the third dimension. You mean 2D game? I mean, technically, yeah. Yeah, so like, you're rolling the dice, but you only see the value, so you don't know what the other things are on the dice. I mean, if the whole game was 2D, then that would have to be the case. I mean, Dicey Dungeons even is like, they don't show it rolling, they just show you the resulting roll. And I could essentially do that here as well. I don't need to actually roll the dice, especially if that's not part of the core mechanic. Although it does really sell the idea of like, if there's a dice that has every side is yes, and you're answering a yes or no question and you roll it and you see it physically rolling and it's yes, and it's like, they could even ask you like, would you like to re-roll? And you roll it again and it's always yes. And you're like, wait a second, every side on this dice is yes. Like, that'd be a really funny joke. So that's like one thing. That's one benefit of getting it 3D. Not that it's like too hard. Like, once I get that core mechanic of you roll a dice and it has a side, I could just reuse that for every sort of mechanic here. But yeah, this game, you could walk around the town. There were little comedy things placed, like comedy events placed throughout the town. So I was thinking of a similar thing. You walk around the town, maybe just first person instead of third person, because you don't actually have to see what your character looks like. You know, this character mattered because they had rope arms, but now it doesn't matter as much. So you roll the dice, you see the result, something happens, like the lights get really bright, there's like whack-a-mole, fishing game maybe, a bunch of really weird mini games. Could be cool. That's why I think like 3D would work better than 2D in a sense, is because I have a bunch of 3D assets that I can just make a level out of, and it wouldn't be too hard. And like first person movement in a world, again, not super challenging. And then it's just a matter of programming a bunch of different funny events and hoping that the comedy carries the game. I mean, I understand the desire for like upgrades and things. Like that kind of gamifies things, right? Like, oh, I got an upgrade. Now I have like a better dice. There's like a lot of aspects. You're just kind of relying on like, oh, I hope that this funny moment really sells it, sort of thing. You're the dice being rolled by a player playing the game. You adjust yourself to determine the winner, character not player. Oh wait, what? Yeah, essentially you are the dice being rolled by a specific character or whatever, and so you like rig the system. That's an interesting idea too. You like you have some way of changing what's on your sides, but could you like rig it entirely so that you like convert all the sides? Is there some sort of physics-based movement, like they throw the dice and you're trying to physically rotate yourself to land on the right side? Could be interesting. I'll jot that down. Yeah, first person, so you get nausea. Oh god. First person Super Monkey Ball. Let's do it. VR Super Monkey Ball. Here we go. Yeah, so you play as the dice being rolled. Need to manipulate yourself in the air to land on the proper side. I mean, I like that idea as like purely a like, oh, it's a fun moment. It's a fun sort of mechanic moment. I think that's really cool. I don't know if there's like a whole game there. I wonder what else you could do with that idea. Could you make it like control multiple dice, or this thing's obstructing your view so it makes it harder, or like you bounce, you hit an obstacle and you start to roll a little bit, so you have to like jump. Maybe you get a jump ability, and so you're like, you land on the wrong side but you have one jump, and now you jump, and then it's like, oh, it flipped again, sort of thing. Yeah, maybe control multiple dice. Maybe you can slow down time. A lot of interesting ideas. Let's see. I mean, I like that idea. Draw something here. Oh. So you have some kind of like play space, right? So you have your cube. And using like the right stick, right? This, you can like rotate in either direction. That's how you rotate the cube. But then there's like maybe like a hill here or something, right? Or like an obstacle. Even like maybe another dice. And you can like knock into that dice. You can like go and land on this hill and then slide down. So it's almost like each level, there's like a bunch of levels and they're kind of puzzle game type stuff. Could be interesting. Trying to get like land on side 6 or something. That could be cool. Here's my pitch for a mechanic in the every action game. Every action has a die for completing the action. and a die that's a negative consequence of the action. For example, patching a gas pipe, one die contributes to patching it up. Oh god, and the other one contributes to like something breaking it. Yeah, and one die contributes to making you nauseous, which makes the game harder to control. Interesting. So like, you can keep rolling, but it makes the rest of the game harder. For like the whole game. Interesting. Yeah, that does kind of gamify it a bit more. So you have to decide what you want to do instead of kind of just point and click going through the game. Let's see. Yeah, so the re-rolling to keep improving is kind of like the blackjack, right? Like maybe the pipe, you're trying to repair something, right? And it has 10 health. You need to restore 10 health. You roll a 6 and then you roll a 2 and now it's like at 8 and you got to keep rolling to get it all the way. But every time you roll, something bad happens. I don't know if that necessarily needs to be applied to everything in the game, but certainly like a lot of the tasks that you do could have a negative associated with them. That's a good idea. Yeah, so for example, the nauseous thing is one that's like apply some kind of screen effect, make you dizzy. It could even wear off if we needed to over time. But then there's other things like if you mess up fishing. I don't know how that would necessarily do it. Like whack-a-mole, killing rats, cleaning a room, turning on lights. Maybe like you're doing a job to get gold. So if you don't do it properly, you get less gold. So like if you don't completely fix the pipe, you get less gold because you didn't complete your task. But if you do completely fix it, you run the risk of like becoming nauseous. So you have to decide, like, do I just stop here and get some gold now, or do I finish the task and get nauseous but get the complete gold that I need? Making the sandwich, of course. Fishing, but different fish, like different sided die. And you have to upgrade your dice by catching fish, which is RNG driven. They like different sides of the die, and you can swap out the sides. Every negative die could do something that makes the game take longer. Yeah, so I'm still brainstorming. I know it's been like 3 hours and 20 minutes, but I feel like this is the game I'm leaning towards the most. There's some other good ones in here, but so hello. Yes, as you can see, Christian, I took our brain map brainstorming thing. It's actually on the Miro if you just want to look at it directly. I know you're in the same Miro, so if you wanted to look at it, but yeah, so every negative die could do something that makes the game take longer, and it's a time-based game. That's interesting. I mean, I don't like necessarily having like a loss condition. I mean, like for example, the out of hand game, you could die. You could just get shot and die. You could fall in the water and die, and then you had to start over, and that kind of was like a nice reset. So that's kind of nice. The time limit, I guess that could work. Like, you're trying to make a sandwich before the sandwich shop closes. Like, you need the ingredients before the shop closes. That's kind of cool. So some kind of time limit. Shop is closing. Yeah. So fishing, there's different fish that like different sided die, and you have to upgrade your die by catching the fish. I feel like the tasks, so everything should kind of like focus towards the end goal. Yeah, I don't know about like upgrading the dice. Seems a little challenging to do. Yeah, there you are. You're stalking my ideas now. By time-based, it's not a limit, just a score to do as fast as possible. Yeah, my out of hand had that too. Like at the end of the like if you made it to the end, it would tell you a timer of how long it took. So speedrun, that's nice. I mean, I like putting speedrun stuff in every game that I make. It just kind of is a cheap, basically a free way to like make the game replayable. And it's cool. Like the cool thing about this is it's even more replayable than out of hand because the items that you get like change up what you're doing. You can't exactly take the same path every time, and even like the task that like the job you're signing up for is random, right? You roll a dice and then it gives you a job to perform, so you might not even get the same job multiple times. The speedrun aspect, like because it's so RNG heavy, maybe that's a little rough, but you know, it's still fun. It's almost like a roguelike, you're going for the perfect run sort of thing. Yeah, I'm not sure how long I want to spend brainstorming before I just start working on stuff. I feel like I kind of want the basic structure of the game. And I am leaning very heavily towards the every action is a dice roll. It just seems like something that I could get the basics of down. And then fill it out with content if I have the time. Please have dice inside the dice. I mean, there were a bunch of ideas that had dice inside of dice. Like, that's the other cool thing about every action is a dice roll, is like, I could take a lot of these other ideas and put them as small gags in this game if I had the time. So like, maybe you roll the dice and it explodes into a bunch of smaller dice. And that's just one gag. Way the dice rolls to balance themselves, I guess. Like, I was already thinking kind of in the back of my head, like, say you're going to the store and you want to buy bread and you roll the dice, it would basically always force you to not get the bread because otherwise the game would end immediately. So I was thinking like, oh, maybe you need multiple ingredients, or maybe just the bread is like the thing, and it becomes RNG after that. Maybe like you roll once and it's never bread the first time, so then you have to get more gold, and then you roll again and it could be bread or it could not be. And if you don't get the bread, then on the third roll the guy's like, oh, I feel sorry for you, here's the bread, and then it's like the game ends basically, just so it's like doesn't drag on, feel like a grind. But yeah. So I guess let me write down, like, create a little table or something here. Comments? How do I like create a text block or something? I guess I'll just do sticky notes. Oh, I don't want to. White sticky note on a white background. Yeah, to always total the same range, for example. Yeah, so like, so that one person just doesn't have crazy bad luck and they never get the thing they want. I mean, that's the self-balancing of buying items from a shop, is that eventually they'll run out of items and you can only get the one that's left. It's kind of cool. Okay, so let's see. Let's go with right now I'm trying to create an outline of like what are the things I need to do? What's the core of this game? And then what are the things that I could add as a bonus if I have time? Like, what is the minimum viable product, basically? I don't know of a better way to do this than, like, slapping a bunch of post-it notes down. Okay, so we got, so we need, the win condition. Sticky notes are awful for this. Getting rid of these. It's just text. I'll just make a giant text block and just go. Miro, help me. Why was that one so much bigger? Multiple tasks, each with multiple steps. Yeah, it depends. Like, how involved is the gag, right? So I'll start with so the win condition, right? That's the most important thing. So we got make a sandwich is one possible one. Oh, why is the box so small? Oh, that's not what I wanted. As you can tell, I'm very good at Miro. I know exactly what I'm doing. Okay, so we got make a sandwich because it's funny. Also because red equals roll, so it works really well with the title. There could be other win conditions, like trying to become the like leader of the town, or like a president, or like the leader of the casino, or something. Get lots of money. What other win conditions? Just buy an object you really want. Let's see, make a sandwich would always be the main condition, but the ingredients are what you're rolling for, and each ingredient has a tree of tasks that need to be done. That's true. You fall asleep and you're in a dream to wake up. You must defeat the dictator in your dream. So like defeat bad guy, right? That's one thing. And this could be make a sandwich bread equals roll, get all ingredients through different tasks. Yeah, you could even say like maybe the bread is in like a crane game or something. So you roll the dice to try to do the crane game, or like you're buying it from a shop. That's just one of the ingredients, but you get the other ingredients doing other things. Yeah, defeat the bad guy. What else? Because we got dicing. Dicing is cutting. And you have roll, which is bread, but also sushi roll. You need a golf game where the ball is a dice. I feel like, did What the Golf have a dice thing? I feel like that's probably something that would have been in What the Golf. Yeah, right now we're kind of narrowing down. Like, I've been brainstorming for 3.5 hours. Have I? 3 hours? So we're kind of narrowing it down on this idea, just trying to come up with the focuses. This is like, the idea is every action is a dice roll. And so It's a parody gag game with a bunch of comedy moments focused around like stuff. So, I mean, for example, a golf could be a task that you do in this game. Let's see. Fix the gas to cook the stove so you can cook. Oh, that's clever, yeah. Seduce the local farmer and take their lettuce. Sure. Getting the lettuce from the farm, sure. Yeah, so let's make a separate list here now. So these are tasks. What are fun things that you can do? Let me I do in OBS. I'm trying to not very experienced at streaming either. Oh, I think I click this button. Yes, okay. Cool. So I want to change the what am I even doing? Game description. I'm going to change this to every action is a dice roll. It's the current idea. Yeah, just updating the stream, the description on that. Okay, so the tasks, right? Let's see. It's like covering the whole screen though. Kind of annoying. Okay, so yeah, maybe we're making a sandwich. Let's see, a win condition could be become the richest business person in town. Yeah, that would be cool as well. Like become the leader of the casino, get lots of money. The cool thing about that is like you could do tasks, right? And then that's your bad way of getting money. But then you can gamble that money as well, which like you find out like the gambling is a cheat, like they're cheating you. So then maybe there's like some way you can get back at them and then gamble and then you get a ton of money and then that's like the end, you win. Or you can like win just by doing these tasks over and over and over and grinding, but like the speedrun strat is to go find this other way to get lots of money. Maybe you can like break into a bank or something and just steal the money and then take it. Maybe you have like a debt to pay off or something as well. Yeah. So I guess the flow here is like you're earning money by doing stuff and then spending the money to do other stuff potentially. I mean, that's one way. Building the sandwich, I do kind of like that idea as well of like each of your tasks is to get one piece of this sandwich that you're trying to make. You gotta like get the meat, get the bread, the lettuce, the cheese. Okay, but tasks are purely gameplay. Like what is purely a gameplay thing that's fun to do with dice? So I like the yes, no gag. We have the blackjack mechanic. Oh, I messed up the text box again. Okay. All I'm hearing is more ways to get more money and buy more sandwich ingredients. Yeah, I do like the sandwich thing. Sandwiches are cool. This is something like inherently funny about like, I just need to build a sandwich. Like I'm just trying to make my sandwich and it's so hard. Like I can't, like I'm trying to do the simplest thing and I just can't because the dice rolls are failing me at every turn. Okay, so we got yes, no gag, blackjack mechanic, weighted dice. We've got build something for some kind of task. What do you mean by like building? Is it just like there's some tool and you're rolling the dice to see how if it succeeds, or like what exactly do you mean? But yeah, let's see. I do like the lights idea, because then you have like blindingly bright versus like pitch black. So you roll like a 1, you're hoping that you roll something in the middle, because if you roll too high or too low, it doesn't really help you very much, and you have to like yeah, it's just funny, like, oh great, I blew out the lights, they're so bright now, and I have to like, I was trying to turn on the lights and now they're way too bright, so I have to like, you know, fumble my way through this bright room instead of a dark room. It's just as useless. It turns out the only way to get pickles is from the executive office of the local casino. Sounds like some good pickles. Building a ladder to break someone's window. Yeah, like platforming puzzles. Like those are really easy to make. Yeah, basement is a good place for light gag. That's true. I do want to put selecting UI elements with dice. This could be like sliders, like volume, but then you also have trying to think of like moving your mouse cursor. Is that like too much? You move your mouse cursor to try to click on a button, and it's like how much, so in the direction, how far in the direction of the button do you want to move? It's probably like overkill. I'll jot it down just because. I wonder, like, do you have to get the meat yourself? Do you have to like find it? You go like morbid, but like you kill an animal to get the meat. That's just weird. Too much. The character's X and Y velocities are also rolled for. So the only way to move is by rolling. See, I would like to have every single action controlled by dice, but at some point I do think it becomes like overkill in the regard of you know, what, like you're to, if it's a first person game, you're like, you're turning your looking direction. Is that also now rolling? Do also just want to jot down, make a box here for like miscellaneous ideas. I want to say first person versus whatever third person. Because you could have like a dice character. It's like a little dice guy. That would be potentially like an appealing, cute character, helps brand the game, helps like sell the idea a bit more. But it does require some basic animations. It's very simple, but yeah. Maybe just a mode where that happens. I mean, if I had time to like make alternate modes, maybe like one task, I guess, right? If that's what you meant, that could work. Move this out of the way a bit, please. That's true. So you roll dice to move. Something like that. Yeah, you don't have a lot of control. Maybe like you roll 2 dice and you choose which one's your X and which one's your Y. That could be neat. Works easier in 2D, like a top-down sort of thing, but maybe you're rolling to control something. Maybe you're like, there's a mouse, and the mouse has to go find the cheese for your sandwich. So you're leading the mouse through a maze. Not exactly like a tight corridor maze, but like rolling the X, rolling the Y, and then the mouse moves in that direction, and you have to get the mouse to get the cheese for you. Could be clever. Cool. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. What was the other stuff? Oh, there was the cooking of the meat with like this blackjack mechanic, right? Cooking meat, spelled it wrong. Cooking meat, don't overcook where you need a new patty. Now you're just making a burger, not a sandwich. Although burgers and sandwich, I guess they're the same thing, but cheese retriever, yes, the mouse, cheese retriever mouse. Well, how many sandwich parts are there, right? So you got something like, oh, stupid bullets. You got the roll. Got meat, cheese, and then potentially you have like lettuce, tomato, and then whatever other sauces. Wonder if these are like optional. I wonder, just in terms of scope, what's the minimum viable requirement for a sandwich? Right. Because obviously I'm not going to be able to get to all of these ideas. We're just picking a few that are cool. Yeah. Three parts, but which parts are random? That's true. Or maybe you only need the roll and then 2 other parts, right? Like the roll is required because that's in the title, and then you either get meat, cheese, or lettuce or tomato or whatever, and then so you don't have to do all the tasks. Or I mean, I'd still have to create the content for those tasks. Like that's still something that I have to do. So it would be a shame if like I created tasks that players didn't see. Like wasted time. I mean, some of the tasks could just be easy, right? So maybe you get the roll to start. That's very simple. You start with the roll, and then the meat and the cheese take some time, and then I just throw lettuce in there for free at the end. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of roll more than casino. I'm looking back at the win conditions of like, you become the leader of a casino and you get lots of money. Because I feel like there's probably a lot of other games that are going to go the route of like, you're in a casino. It's a very gambling heavy game. Certainly I could put a casino section just to show like, oh, there's a gambling. I could put that under tasks actually. So like gambling is good / bad. So there's like a few different gambling games. Again, cup game, but you roll. Yeah, so it could make lots of money by ingredient. So you probably have like one of the ingredients you should have to buy, and then you get the money. So that satisfies some of the casino theme without being so heavily tied to the casino. That's kind of nice. What else? I wouldn't want to spend too long on something like a platforming puzzle. It doesn't really apply so much to the dice. Let me jot down, let me create another new section for locations. Because we're out of brainstorming so much now, and now we're more into just like pre-production. Yes. Does my stream title say like brainstorming? I don't even know. Not really. Okay, so locations. We've got main town. Then we have like a basement for lights. I'll just say dark area. And we could say like, there's a basement. And then we have casino / alley for gambling. I want to say like the rich area. And this could be like the yes/no gag. Or like a bank. Something like that. What else? A weighted dice gag. So that goes in the casino area. Selecting UI elements could be at the start. Like a title screen tutorial area, something like that. I could say like the mouse goes here, maybe. Yeah, I'm actually gonna go refill my water real quick. I want to take a short break, but yeah, I'll be back in a second. I'll keep thinking about this. Just, you know, stretch my legs, get some water. And yeah, I mean, if anybody joins while I'm away, feel free to like rewind or look at any of the other ideas, help me pitch other concepts, but I'm going to throw it to a be right back screen. So I will be right back. Hello, I'm back. Yeah, so I don't know if it's adjustable, the what's it called, latency. I could try something. I could try to, for example, like kill my OBS, adjust the latency, and see if I reconnect while the stream is still going. I'm not sure if that would work or not. But yeah, I'm watching the stream now, and it is pretty delayed. I could try Googling that also real quick. YouTube. Kill latency. Because I don't really want to just end this video and like start a new stream. That would be kind of weird. On a Roll is a really good name though. Yeah, while I was getting food, I was thinking of like potential names. It's like roll of the dice. I mean, that's the theme. That's a pretty good. It's a good name. It's like roll of the dice. Like it is a roll that you're eating of dice because you use dice to get it. But like on a roll, obviously, is another pun. It would be nice to have dice in the name, but it could also just be in the logo, right? On a roll with a picture of dice in it or something. A picture of like a roll with a bunch of dice in the roll. Be funny. Yeah, I'm not sure that I can change the latency while live. The only thing that I could think to try would be to like kill it in OBS and then see. Also, why does my stream look super laggy? Or like super low quality? I'm gonna take a second also, just now that there's some downtime. I want to see like what does the quality and stuff look like. It doesn't look so bad. I would hate to like kill it and restart it. Yeah, it's weird. In my dashboard, it looks really glitchy and bad. Should I try it? Do I dare try to change the latency? I guess I'll give it a try. There's no harm. So real quick, I'm gonna stop streaming and then see if I can change it and then restream and rejoin. We'll see what happens. Did I break it? I'm checking. So no, I couldn't change the stream latency. It would not let me change it. I'd have to basically make a new video to do it. So I guess I'm just gonna deal with this all day. Or maybe at dinner time or something, I'll take a break, and that'll be a more substantial break, so I'll cut it there and make a new video with like a new thumbnail with the theme and stuff. So for now, we'll just have to deal with the latency. It's not so bad. Like, I'm focusing on other things as well anyway, so can't always get to like chats right away anyway. But yeah, for now, I'm just gonna like think for a bit and eat and probably like mute my microphone so it doesn't like get crazy. But I'll be here for yeah, latency is less relevant the more farther we get away from brainstorming, for sure. Still nice though to like see the results in real time. So we'll get there eventually. But yeah, if I just like start muting and stuff while I eat, yeah, I'll just put that there. Yeah, so I'm also thinking of like game flow. Oh, it's off screen. So game flow, things like you need a sandwich, you get the roll first. That's the most core ingredient. You get the other ingredients doing some tasks, and then you have the sandwich, the game ends. So maybe like fishing is a task to get fish, which you put on your sandwich or something. Maybe that's one of the potential ingredients. Maybe cool. Another key thing is, what is the first introduction to the dice mechanic? Like the thing that sells it right off the bat. I feel like there should maybe be a few things that lead into it that aren't harmful. They're just like, oh, that's a little silly. Like, what is that? And then, yeah. So maybe some sort of dialogue tree? Like, oh, you're new here. Oh, you're new in town. We solve everything with dice rolls or something like that. It can even be like, oh, you're new in town, right? And then you have, there's a dice for like, yes, no, and then just like random other things. Who are you? What? Just random options, like 6 options, and then there's a resulting dialogue depending on what you say. And then explains that everything is solved with dice rolls. So you're just like, oh, that's funny. Like, I just rolled to have this conversation with this guy. And then maybe there's an objective. That's like a soft introduction. And then you have your objective. Get sandwich ingredients. I mean, you could say like start with the roll, because the roll is like the thing that holds the other ingredients. So like on the menu, for example, like there's a HUD element or something of like a spinning roll. What's the classic RPG response? Can you repeat that? Yeah, put that on the dice. That's funny. Objective is like get a roll. Oh god. Spams. But yeah, so once you have the I don't even know how to do moderation tools. But yeah, so the objective, get a role, right? So now you start getting the role. So you have to like go to a shop or something. Right, that's what directs you towards the stand. Maybe the item stands right in front of you, so it's really obvious, right? Make you a mod? Sure, yeah, if you want to help out. Yeah, thanks. Although I already like timed them out and deleted the messages, I think. Yeah, it's a thing on YouTube. I just did it. Cool. Yeah, so like getting the role is obviously the first thing you need to do. But are you supposed to, like, how easy should it be? Because that's like the first thing you have to do. It should be pretty easy. But I also like the idea of like, I'm trying to roll for the role. Like I have to roll for the role. It's like, there's almost a sort of poetry to that as well. So yeah, I gotta think about that a little bit more. Like, what's the first thing you do here? Yeah, that's a good point. I was thinking that you would just have money, like you go into town to buy a sandwich and you have, you bring with you some money. Maybe he gives you money as well. Either one. It could just be like an unavoidable guy that you always have to talk to at the start. But yeah, so that would be cool if you go in, you have 1 gold, you spend it on the roll, and you don't get the roll. And now you have this item that you don't need. Maybe it's an item that's useful somewhere else. Maybe it's like, oh, you got a flashlight, and maybe that'll be useful in the basement. Or maybe you got a rope that you can use to climb something. Or some other tool. But if because you spent the gold, now it's like, oh wait, now I need more money. So that's what takes you to the gambling area. Cool. You're doing the GMTK as well. Nice. Yeah, I look forward to seeing what you make. Yeah. So I mean, we're still in the brainstorming slash. I guess at this point we're in pre-production, trying to think of the game flow, trying to come up with all of the different nice to haves, minimum viable requirements, and things like that. So, and I'm also eating at the same time. So if I keep like disappearing for a second, that's what that is. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out like, so you spend the gold, right? I spend my 1 gold on a roll. I don't get what I need, but I get some other item. And then I need more gold. Shady Alley / tasks. Yeah, the other items you end up with are what determines which ingredients you have to get. Yeah, that's a good point. It doesn't necessarily have to determine, but like maybe it, because like the problem with that is the randomization for the ingredients. Like my concern with having a lot of ingredients is more the scope of having to create a lot of different tasks. But if I have to create the tasks anyway, and then the player just doesn't have to do them, that's an extra huge waste in a game jam, because now I'm creating content that people won't see. So the items having a use but not being required is kind of nice. Like if you get a little torch, like a little light, and the room that you go into is really dark or something, you could fumble your way through and get to the other side. But maybe the light is still useful. Like it's more useful than nothing. It's almost like the items speed up the task. So maybe if you're like a speedrunner, you roll for the item, you get an item, and you go, oh, this item's going to make this other task faster. So now I'm going to go do that task to get my gold and come back. Sort of thing. That's interesting. The other thing, though, is... So you want the roll. So I guess the roll's the first thing you go for, but it's not necessarily the first thing you get. But like, what happens if you get the ingredients before the roll? You just don't have a roll to put them in. Maybe the roll is the last ingredient you get. Maybe I should switch these around. There's first introduction to the dice mechanic. Then there's a get the roll. I already wrote that. You get the roll. And then after... Then you get the other ingredients, and then at the end you get the roll, and that completes the game. Yeah, instead of which ingredients you have to get, it just determines which ingredients are more optimal. Yeah, that's cool. I do like that. Yeah, none of the things in the shop should be ingredients except the roll. I agree. I completely agree. So... Not sure. So you try to get the roll, you fail, you get an item, you go do a task. Maybe like it gives you a new objective, right? Yeah, so now new objective. Get more money. Yeah, it's like, what encourages you to try gambling if there's like a gag? Because if you already have money, you could just go buy the roll. Maybe the roll costs more than 1 gold. Maybe it costs like 10 gold. So you have to do the task, and then you're like, oh man, if I want more rolls, I should gamble this money to try to get more. And you go to gamble it, and then you see those gags. Yeah, exactly. For the first time player, each item in the shop should be like, what is useless? True. It should be like funny, right? Like, why did I get this? Like, I wanted a roll, and there would be like dialogue option, or not options, but like dialogue presented on the screen saying like, what is this? That would be funny. Right, so objective is to get more money. You need more gold. So you look or I mean, you're basically in a town, right? So in a town, lots of people to talk to. So this is like, oh, which way should I go? What should I do? Maybe there's one task giver. And it just gives you a random task because you roll the dice. So I can make 3, right? So you roll a d6 and its sides give you like, what are the tasks? Like 2 of each. Yeah, and then maybe there's like rich person offers to give you money. And this is the yes no gag. You can, oops. You can gamble. Maybe there's an easier way to find money or something. I mean, this is already like a lot. But maybe you get the other ingredients to the tasks. Yes, exactly. They're like, do you want my money? And you always say no. That was the point. Yes. Yeah. So like doing all the re-rolling to try to get all that money. That's a good point. I don't think most people would do the speedrunning. That could maybe be another gag. Oh, one side of the tree having a downside that affects the rest of the run. I mean, that's true. One task in each tree. Yeah, having downsides is cool. It's a little hard to think of what they all could be, because that's like, there's a lot of content here and that has to be made now. Already seeing like the gambling and the yes no gag and a task giving you 3 to 6 possible tasks is like a lot, and that's not even, that's just to like get money to buy the roll. I'm trying to think, like maybe there's a way to combine them so that there's not money plus ingredients, they're the same thing. Like, what are the most fun parts? Because even like the cup gag, right? I think that's a really clever idea. The cup gag is like, the gambler is like, okay, here's this gambling game. I'm gonna put this thing under this cup and we're gonna swap them around, and then you have to say which one it is. And so you watch the whole animation of the cup swapping and you're following it. And then at the end, it's like, now which one is it? And you just have to roll the dice anyway to pick, so you don't even get to choose. Like, even just doing that whole gag essentially gets you nothing, no progress in the game. It's just a gag, but it takes a lot of time to do. Right? Like, it's probably a couple hours. Trying to think now at this point, like, what is one way that I could integrate more heavily the tasks with the ingredients? Can I even just like ban? How do I ban an account? I don't even know how to do that. But yeah, how do I more heavily tie the two together? One of the negative roles in the casino cause you get chased by someone annoying. That's interesting. They're trying to like get their debt back. So you're like, you owe them money or something, so they're chasing you down, and whenever you have money, they steal it. I mean, that lengthens the game quite a bit for sure. It'd be helpful to choose an ingredient and flesh out the path of getting it. That's what I was trying to do with the roll. Like pickles in the basement with the lights off. That's true, but like, okay, so first, how do you get the pickles? How do you know that you need to get the pickles? Or like where to go for it, right? And like, so if there's this whole one path, which is like, I get money and I use that to buy the roll. I'm spending a lot of time trying to get enough money to buy the roll. That's like one path. But is money like the whole game? Or is like getting the roll just one part of it, and then you also go do other tasks to get the other ingredients. Like if you're not using money to buy the ingredients, like all of the ingredients, then really you just need some way to get money, just like one way to get money. So maybe like gambling, you're not offering up the money, right? But that could be just, there's a bunch of yes no gags basically. Maybe the weighted die trick is also like, yeah, maybe I'm thinking too heavily, like too realistically on the gambling, right? The idea there is like, so you're not spending money to get money. It's just, oh, this is a way for me to get money, right? And you go there and you could try it. You try the cup gag and you have like a 1 in 3 chance or whatever. And you try the weighted dice gag and it's always failing and you're realizing, hey, this guy's cheating me. And you go to the rich person to ask for money and it's always no. And you're like, what? Oh, so like the money allowing you to proceed with the tasks or not proceed, but triggering the path to getting it. So like you go to buy the roll, it gives you an item that you need to get one of the other ingredients, but you don't realize it right at the start. That's interesting. It's a little obtuse in terms of like somebody gets an item, maybe they just like chuck it, right? And they forget, like they're like, I don't need this, and they chuck it, and then they eventually realize they need it and it's gone because they chucked it somewhere. That's one downside. Yeah, that is true. They could just go in like an inventory. Maybe you get a lantern and it goes on your back and it's like, well, now you just have the lantern. It gives you a fishing hook and you're like, I don't need a fishing hook. And then when you go to the docks, like you go to the docks and it's like, oh, now I can fish, and that's the meat I need for my fish sandwich. That's one potential ingredient. So I guess the flow there would be you get money. Well, completing tasks to get money though is like, maybe I should just like cut that whole concept. Like maybe you just find money places. Like just by walking around and exploring the world and doing the tasks, you happen to find money. So like you happen to stumble on, like, yeah, you're going into the basement to get pickles or something, and you find, or like cheese, and you just find a bag of gold and you're like, sweet. and then you're going down the alley, and in the garbage can there's just a bag of gold like somebody stashed, and so you grab that, and that gives you more rolls to get the bread that you need. It'd be interesting. Makes it a bit easier. Yeah, sorry, I'm just eating and checking some stuff. I don't necessarily like the idea of a task giver. Maybe this is just like find money. Just find it. There's like Gambler's Alley, gives you a bunch of stuff. A bunch of ways to get money. Maybe you just get all the ingredients at the same time. Maybe the objective at the start is just get all of the ingredients. I'm just trying to streamline it here. I understand the idea of like you have a bunch of different you know, potential branching pathways and stuff, different routes for getting the ingredients you need for your sandwich. But the branching pathways is not great for a game jam in terms of making enough content. So limiting it to specific ingredients, and then you have you know, you get the roll by just trying to buy it, and maybe like the objectives on the screen, it just says like your objectives. Get this, this, and this. It's like a checklist. Basically, your shopping list. Maybe people in town give you hints. Maybe you just go searching. Maybe the objective markers tell you where they are or something. That would be kind of neat. Kind of like out of scope. Yeah, there's a lot of open questions still. I mean, I guess the bare minimum, right, would be you get the roll and then that's it. There's a couple gags. Or really all you need is the roll, and say like, hey, wait, you just have all the other ingredients, right? That could be the MVP. And then from there, you just add more ingredients. Like, I need the roll and also one other thing. Kind of weird that it would only give you one. I feel like there should be, at that point, MVP would just be the roll. The next step up would be meat, cheese, lettuce, but then you have some of them are just on the ground, so they're like easy to pick them up. And then the more complicated version would be to make like full-on mini games for each one. Yeah, I'm also gonna step away for one quick second just to like get some more water cleanup. But yeah, I don't even know if can I like hide my webcam and will it destroy my settings? Let's see. Okay, seems pretty good. Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. More or less. Getting set up again. Cool. Still works. Okay, so back at it now. Here we go. No longer eating. Yeah. So where I left off, I was thinking about the ingredients, what the minimum was, and how you acquire them. I feel like there's a critical flaw. It's just that maybe, is it too annoying? You try to roll for something and then you just don't get it. I mean, that's the whole point. But it should give you something as a result. That's why, like, the item you get from the first roll being useful later is important. Because that's what the whole thing that makes the game not feel like a complete waste of time. It's essentially, yeah. Idea, start looking through your asset packs to see what the things that fit what we're already thinking of and seeing if any inspire new puzzles. It's a good point. Switch to the scene. Did I already import that? I had the sounds. Yeah, let's see. Fortunately, I don't have a good way of like just looking through like a large portion of them. Other than just like dragging these in like this. I can't just like open up the whole asset thing. Wow, that is taking a very long time. It seems to be frozen even. Or it's just a very big asset pack. I don't know. I guess there is a source files. Oh, there we go. Oh, wait, you can't even see that window. I'm trying to debate, like, should I just import them all? I guess so. So yeah, that could take a while. But I'll get started on that process while I'm still thinking about this stuff. Maybe like the rich person gag, for instance. That doesn't even have to be related to money. That could just be like, you find someone, maybe it's like an old lady, she's like a kind old lady, and she's like, oh, you want a sandwich? I'll just make you a sandwich. Would you like one? And then there's yes, no, and it's always no. Something like that. In regards to getting frustrated with not rolling well, I think it's mitigated by an ability to keep rolling as long as it's not a task that requires you to spend money. I mean, yes, but this one does require you to spend money. Like the first one, at least. I mean, so maybe that's just not even good, right? Like, for the things that cost money, I think you'll get a reward no matter what the role is. See, that's the one concern I have with that, right? The getting a reward regardless, is that each of those rewards has to be meaningful now in a way that's like potentially expensive for me to create. And if I fail, if I don't have time, like I run out of time trying to create them, then I've like built myself into a corner where there's a game that just doesn't work at that point. Like what if there just wasn't a shop that you bought the bread from and spent money? Like what if you had to acquire the ingredients and just each one was a completely, just they each had their own bespoke task chain? Could I work some of these other ones like the yes no gag, the cup game and stuff into just other ingredients, you know? Like what if there's a pun here where like you go to the gambler's alley and they're like, I cough up the cheddar, but they're talking about cheese, that you like get the cheese from them that way. Like you go to the gambler's alley to get the cheese, and so you have to beat them in their dice games just to get the cheese. So there's no money concept there. I mean, is it funny or is it frustrating to say? I'm trying to like put myself in the shoes of like a new player. So like, come to the game. I enter the town. I'm like, I need bread. So I go to the store that says, like the store sign could say like bread and other junk, and then you're like, hey, can I buy some bread? And they're like, sure. And then this dice appears and you roll it and you don't get the bread. And they're like, thanks, come again. And then you're like, wait, but I wanted the bread. And they're like, well, you're gonna have to pay for it then. Like, that's kind of funny. That's like setting up, that's a really cool intro to like the concept of the game. I do think that's nice. maybe it needs, like, if that was part of the core, if like getting money was the core mechanic, that would be nice. But if most of the game is spent doing other tasks, then maybe it's not. Maybe it's the other ingredients that's slowing it down a bit. So like, what if you did only buy ingredients? What if the whole game was money? So it's either like, I don't like the split of tasks and money. I feel like I have a high risk of not being able to finish that game in a weekend, as cool as it is. So what if there was a split? Or sorry, what if instead of the split, it was combined? We either did everything is money or nothing is money. That's kind of my current thought. What if you could get all of the ingredients? So either like the gambling is for cheese and you ask a guy at the docks to go fishing and that's how you get like fish, or I don't know how you get meat somewhere else. Lettuce, there's like a farm and you actually go out and get it somehow. Like pickles are in the basement. Maybe there's no lettuce, there's just pickles and they're in the basement somewhere. Yeah, everything is money. You can just grind one thing. That's true. Unless like one thing only worked once and then it stopped. Is the other way. Like you do the cup game once and then once you win, then the guy's like, "Oh, you're good." That's like the only conversation option. You just can't do it again. The other thing is I feel like there aren't enough like dice gags. The whole point of this game is to just be a collection of dice gags. Yeah. Like I want to focus more on the dice and less on the like talking to people and going to a location and doing a thing. Like searching the world for money on the ground isn't really great because it's like that's not the dice concept. What did I list out for like funny tasks? Those sliders, the X and the Y. Oh, the lights as well, right? And the blackjack. Oh wait, I just realized I'm staring at this, but Unity is showing. I guess the asset's imported, so I can dig through some of these. Here we have a bunch of trees and bushes and things. In terms of items, we have like bottles, cans. Each action, each conversation is a dice. It is, but I mean like unique dice stuff. So like, once you have a conversation with one guy and you see that the conversation is dictated by rolling the dice, that's like no longer a new gag. Oh, real life dice related? No, that's not what I meant. Although that is also funny, like that could work. That sells the idea a little bit more. But I mean like, what's everything that you could do that makes fun of the fact that you're rolling dice to have to do it? So like sliders for volume control and like turning the lights on and off and that stuff is really interesting. And I want to make sure that that stuff makes it in, and that the really boring stuff of like just walk to a location and pick up gold that's sitting on the ground is like not the most important thing that gets in. But yeah, so we have like a drill, a pizza box, a bunch of random tools and things here. But these, again, like I don't think these animate. They're just wire cutters that just sit there. Some saws and hammers and whatnot. It's a saw blade up here. Oh, there's bread. I don't have to model the bread now. Oh, but that's not a roll, right? I have to model a roll. Very important. It's whatever this thing is. Corn. Oh, it's actually off screen. I realized. There's the corn. Actually, I'm going to import another. Go ahead and import more packs. We've got like spy. I don't know what's in here. We got like pistols, drones, spy car, bombs, cigarette, drinks, pens, podium, suction cup, walkie-talkie, lasers. I don't know how many of that are useful. A dragon pirates. Probably some stuff there. Importing that. Right. Okay, so back while that's importing, I'll go back to this. To the browser. Yeah, so let's assume that they're just objectives and you're not just getting money. Mira's updating. That's weird. Okay. New objective. Not even that, just objectives. Get ingredients. Clean this up a bit. You don't need more gold anymore. Cutting the idea of gold for now, at least. It's bad. This could be kind person offers to make you a sandwich. So it's always no. Gamble money, I can kind of get rid of this, but cup gag. Maybe I'll just keep this section. Doing random things like the cup game to get random things. It could be salami feels very adventure gamey and I love it. Well, I'm glad it doesn't feel horribly awkward because that was my first impression of it. That it just feels really out of place and awkward. Maybe, like, what if the gamblers were like mice or something? Like, and they gamble with cheese. I don't know how you would like talk to a mouse. Maybe they're just big mice or something, I don't know. Or they could just be regular people and they talk and they're like talking about cheddar. Yeah, gambler mice. Okay, so some of the other gags I want to work in here, which I'll find a place for. So we got light, volume, with the other ones, blackjack, and then potentially, I mean, the rolling of dice X and Y is cool, but that sounds like a little challenging, like a little obtuse, but because that's like a separate UI now for the dice. Like if I made one UI, it's just you roll dice and it does the thing, it'd be really nice. Oh, the other thing is like pictures appearing on the dice. Like you roll the dice and it gives you the thing that's on it. It's not just a number, but it gives you something as well. That'd be kind of cool. I guess that's just kind of everything, right? Maybe that's enough. It's just cup, gag, weighted dice, light, volume, blackjack. Yes, no gag. What if there's like a carnival game maybe? You're trying to win something from the carnival game. So you try to win. You have unlimited tries. It's like, oh, it's just a video game, whatever. Try as much as you want. And you try to succeed. And if you succeed, you get a random item. So it's the same as the shop, but it's not costing you money. You just get to keep trying, but you have to actually win the game to do it. It's just like a little mini game. It's not fully integrated. You're not like running back and forth across this map to do the things. But, There a carnival game that would be interesting with dice. That would obviously isn't just like rolling dice to get a number. Starting to think even about like engineering implementation for some of the UI elements. My mind is just kind of running, just wandering at this point. Not exactly sure how you would get meat in a reasonable way. Let's open up Unity again, see here. I imported the pirate assets. A bunch of items here now. Not as many, not very useful ones. There's some gold and stuff. Candelabras. Gems, maps. Just some mostly props in the background and whatnot. Some weapons which aren't really going to be used. Vehicles are probably all boats. But they are like pretty big. Probably walkable as well. Cannons. Yeah, musket sandwich, let's do that. Well, obviously the sandwich parts I'm gonna have to model myself. I don't think people will make like, here's a slice of lettuce. Buy my slice of lettuce asset. But I would just do it like very simply, very quickly in Blender. A lot of cool props though. Pirate is mostly kind of environmental stuff. Just a personal thing is I'd like my game to look a little bit different than the last one I made, which was also in a town. So I don't exactly want to use just like the town assets again. Curious what's in Explorer, the Explorer kit. Backpacks, maps, torch, it's not really useful. A city could be useful. I haven't used that one yet. The city characters as well. Yeah, I'll import the city one. Take a look at that. I remember, I think there's like a bank or an office or something that also had a lot of really nice props. Okay, well, while that's importing, back to this, keep thinking. I mean, I like the idea of someone says like, oh, there's a, like, I have an ingredient in my basement, in my cellar. Like, if you can go down there, like, oh, but I can't go down because there's something down there that's like preventing me. But if you can get it, and help me out, then I'll be happy to share with you or something. Maybe that's pickles or lettuce or anything, really. So then that's where the light gag comes in. Maybe there's something you have to like fight, a fake fight down there, or whack-a-mole thing comes in, although that's just kind of annoying. The blackjack idea works really well with like cooking meat. Like, where do you get the meat in the first place, and then you have to cook it? Like, acquiring the meat seems like it would be a task of going to a location and grabbing it, as opposed to like being a dice game. So that seems a little challenging as well. Cool, I'm finished. The city has a lot more props, I remember. There's a bunch. These are mostly environmental, but street lamps, plants, things that go on top of buildings. I know they have like a ton of buildings as well. Streets and things. Walkways, grass. Okay. Back to the browser. This is tough to get all of these like disparate gags to like work together cohesively. Maybe I should just start working. If I did that, I would essentially shoot for just some of the gags. Initial conversation. I mean, maybe the individual ingredients don't have to be tied so heavily to the task that you do to get them, right? Maybe there's just a bunch of stalls and there's a guy selling meat and a guy selling lettuce. And they say, oh, if you want the meat, like, oh, you don't have any money? Well, if you help me out do this thing, then I'll give it to you. And then that just gives it to you. Maybe it doesn't have to be so tied together. But I'm feeling like I should probably just get started with something. So the longer I sit here and just kind of think about the different options, I could just as easily find something, right? Find a new answer by working. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna start jumping in, working on some stuff. Because the other question is, like, should it be third person or first person? It'd be nice if the camera allowed it to be locked in different situations. I mean, I like having like a character that you can rally behind. It's like kind of good for branding, you know, like it's a character and it walks around and it looks kind of cool and whatever. Yeah, going back to like this one, for example, this character. I mean, I could use the kind of the same body, basically. Same body, give him a dice head. His eyes already kind of look like the dots on a die. And you know, just have a little dice guy that walks around. I mean, first person, like, you walk into an area and it's first person and you're trying to buy something, you're trying to work with UI. The camera can't ever leave the first person. I guess it could, but like nothing to really highlight. I feel like having a character is kind of nice. But first, I guess what I should start with is the dice. Yeah. Because that's like the basis to everything in the game, basically. So I'll just start somewhere. I'll just like, basically, I've been sitting here for hours, kind of brainstorming and designing, and like, I just want to start writing some stuff. So I'm just gonna like go, not think too much about like, what's the best place to start? I'm just gonna go. Time to actually get started. Well, so I have a dice. I'm gonna go ahead and start with a cube. I have annoying visuals. Every time I save anything, it refreshes in Unity now. But yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and create some stuff. Create a cube. I'm gonna go ahead and this is probably not the best, but I don't care so much. I'm gonna make a canvas for each side. Each side of the dice. see. I'm gonna just verify that this looks correct. I'm gonna put some text on here. Okay, so that is the wrong end. So I need to rotate this. It's the whole canvas. 180 degrees. I don't think I want to lower the font size. Mostly just want to scale the whole thing in. It's weird that I'm adjusting the size. I thought that the width and height would change. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, that's what I meant to change. Just shrink it down. Yeah, so that's not gonna... I'm not really used to setting up very, very small world space fonts like this. Probably scale the entire canvas. I would hate to have to deal with that being like, looking like that. Let me delete this text and make a new one. And then I'll scale the entire canvas appropriately. Cool. So now the text just fit in here nicely. Want to do something like that. the font to black just so I can actually see it on this white cube. Cool. Make sure they're the same distance as well. 0.51 and 0.51. Get y negative, y positive. Oops. Y negative, we want to rotate like this. Y positive, we want to be 0.51 and 0. Rotated like this. And we do the same for X now. Cool. This is a dice. There's a bunch of canvases. I guess here in the dice, go ahead and make a list. Canvas. And these will be the side canvases, I guess. Going back to Unity, I can set these up now. Drop this on here. I forgot to make it public. Refresh that. Go ahead and make a prefabs folder as well. I can hold this dice as a prefab. Hello, welcome. Yeah, I'm just getting started. I should probably update the idea here. It's not entirely figured out, but this is like the... Oh, whoops. Not that. This is the general idea that I'm working on. The idea is that every action you can perform in the game is a dice roll. So it's this sort of parody comedy game, almost like a point-and-click adventure. You're going around and you're finding, essentially, you're trying to build a sandwich. You're trying to make a sandwich for yourself, but you have to go get these ingredients, and in order to get them, you're performing these different tasks and actions to get the ingredients, and the dice rolls will either like mess you up or work out in your favor. So since I just got started, I haven't exactly figured out the complete game flow, but I wanted to hit the ground running and actually like get something functional at least. So I'm just starting to like create some dice, start working on the code for rolling a dice and determining what it is. But yeah, so ideally, I don't even know. I feel like I should make a new class for this. I'm just gonna do it now. So there's like a class for the side of a dice. Dice face. So that has a canvas associated with it. Which I'm not sure is necessary, but maybe like a transform in the canvas. So that way, basically what I'm trying to do now is like I can spawn any face that I want onto this dice. Maybe I should just set like text and I'm not sure. I'll go ahead and just assign these. I can set the refresh first. Not sure of the exact use case. I know swapping the image would be easy, but text, I think I want something a little bit more complicated. Probably just the whole prefab, actually. Did it just spawn in? So for each of these, I will attach the new face script I created. These are each faces now, and they each have a canvas. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. What did you draw a plan of your work? Figma? Yeah, I just used Miro. That's what this browser is. Here. Yeah, this is Miro. So I as I was brainstorming, I created this thing. It's called like a mind map, and it's all the different ideas branched out on this tree. Also, I apologize for the delay in speaking, because I know there's like a delay in the chat, but I'll have it fixed for tomorrow. But yeah, so I created this giant map of all the different ideas, and then kind of narrowed it down to one, and started coming up with these. Yeah, Miro is a pretty cool tool for working on this stuff. I should pull these things down here. Sweet. But yeah. Let's see. I mean, they have the canvas already. Not sure the canvas is necessary. I'll delete that for now. Something I want to... Maybe I didn't even need to create canvases for each. I could have just had faces. Well, the canvas helps though. It's scaled properly and everything. I want to create an example. So let's see. We've got... Oh, I'll make a textures folder. And real quick, I'll even open up Photoshop. Just looking up some dice pictures now. Doesn't have to be super detailed. In fact, I don't even know if I'm going to be using dice all that much. I guess it helps to just have them. Why is it so hard to just get dice clip art? They'll want to make you like pay for it or get a trial. It's like, it's just some circles. They don't even look that good. Well, regardless. Yep, let's open up Photoshop. Let's make it 4256. It's good enough. Yeah, how big is a circle on a dice? Not that big. Maybe like that. Okay, so also I didn't even probably set this to black. Put it on a new layer. Okay. Something like that. Y value of 128 is what I'm looking for. And that's obviously okay, so it's not I'll just get it centered afterwards. Something like that, sure. Yeah, let's see. Where is it? Here it is. Going to the textures folder, just saving these off now. Let's start with one, I guess. Then two is these corners.
Subscribe to the channel.
Thank you. Thanks for the sub. That was very loud. Thank you. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, back to this. So we got 3, dice 3. Why don't you use vector graphics? Probably would be a lot faster and also look cleaner. You're right. I mean, I agree. Like the vector is probably much better. I don't necessarily have like super great skills at using like a vector program, Illustrator, or anything like that. And then to have to like rasterize them out anyway, because Unity takes raster. I agree that they would be less lossy, but this is kind of good enough for what I need, so. Yeah, I'm also just trying to go really fast because the dice with the numbers is not a big part of my design so much. As long as it just looks good enough, it looks like dice. It does what I needed to do. Okay, let's try throwing an image in here. Oh, sweet. So it just kind of works. I scaled the canvas in general. Oh, I forgot to set them as sprites. I scaled the canvas in general, so any image I drop on there should just fit to the side instantly. Wait, what? I wonder if I maybe should have just saved them as transparent. Kind of sucks because now I just did them all. Yeah, would have been better. Yeah, I guess it's worth doing. Saving them again. Cool. So now, let's see. I wanted to spawn them. It's like the question of what a side can be, right? So a side can be text, and even then, I mean, obviously it's just text or image, but the resulting value, like, I feel like I should just hard code a bunch of enums basically for like what are the potential sides. So I don't care that much about like the extensibility of it. So I'm gonna go ahead in here and just make an enum for it. Face type, and I'll just make none, and then we'll go numerical. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We'll go yes, no. Might even be easier, maybe, to just have it as like, instead of having them all listed out, it's just a type and then a payload value. So each side has a payload. So it could just be number plus payload value of the number, or it could be like text 1, which for one dice maps to a certain other thing. It's nicer for like, I guess, yeah, I shouldn't make assumptions about that yet. I'll just start with, I'll get rid of the face type for now. I'll just make a public int the side. The face value, I guess. So now if I go back, the dice. I should open up the dice script here. Change this to a list of dice faces. And my Visual Studio is frozen. So while that's loading, I'll come in here. How does the dice, oh yeah, here we go. How is the dice usually laid out? The 1 is opposite 6, 3 is opposite 4, so they're always opposite the value that sets them to 7. And I guess that's it. I don't think there's any other restriction. 1 is next to both 5 and 3. If X positive, I mean, that doesn't have to be 1. Say if Z positive is 1, Z negative would have to be 6. That's 1, that's 6. I mean, it probably doesn't matter, so I'll just put Y positive is 5. Y negative is 2. X positive is 3. X negative is 4. Cool, and I'll rename this to faces and let it unfroze. Go ahead and give this a rigid body as well. Needs to move, and I guess use gravities. Correct. Change those values later. Add the rigid body for this. So essentially what I'm doing now is like determining the side that's up when the body is resting. I'm kind of jumping around to a bunch of different topics here, but not right, guys. Yeah, just check each face. See which one is up. That would have been nice, actually, if they... Maybe I should rotate these. Oh, what? They are. Oh, okay. I just have it set to be in world space. It's weird that it's showing me... Weird that the move tool is showing me in like in world space. But okay. So essentially it's like negative Z is the forward direction is what I'm looking for. I can work with that. So what I'm doing here is using vector math to determine which side is facing up, basically. Checking out the best face. Okay, and I'll just call this every frame right now to see if it works. I'll give that a try. Oops. Great. Dropped it to the floor. Let's grab the dice. This thing Z negative is up, which is true. And then if I go ahead and flip that, side up right now is Y negative, which is this one. Cool. Okay, so that's working. Now let's see the is sleeping part. Does that work? We go ahead and move the dice really high up. Then I add another plane. And save and clear my logs and play. The dice should roll down the hill and no, it says it's sleeping even though it's... Oh, I didn't refresh, did I? That is true. Now let's try it. So no result yet until it hits the ground, and then it starts printing. Cool. We now have dice. It determines the correct side, and the side has values associated with it. Almost like an index, basically. The face value is like the index. And now I can make face values map to different things. So if I how do I want to do this? Do I want to make a different dice prefab for every I want to make a different dice prefab for every single event in the whole game, or do I want to have one dice prefab that has values set on it? I guess, yeah, that's probably easier, to be honest. So the dice, I could get rid of the start function or just leave it, I guess. Throw on a comment block for, so I usually do Unity functions. Yeah, we're getting to the fun part, making games here. some cleanup. I usually like these comment blocks better. But now I want to add an initialize function. Maybe I should make a new scriptable object even. I made a scriptable object that held the data of what belongs on each face. That would be a lot easier, because then I could just initialize it with that scriptable object data and we're good to go. And I could tweak all the values from that. Sounds perfect. I, real quick, do have to run to the restroom, so I will be right back. I'm going to throw it over to a different screen, but yeah, I will be right back as soon as, yeah, just fill up my water, get ready to go. So yeah, be right back. Hello, I am back. I don't know why I opened up Photoshop. Yes. Cool, I am back. So yeah, what I said I was gonna do is now I'm gonna make a scriptable object for all the different configurations for a die. I'm going to go ahead and create a dice config. I usually call it just like dice data. And Unity has to refresh every single time. Yeah. I always forget the syntax for when you're creating a scriptable object. What is the create component menu syntax? Create asset menu, here it is. Yeah, so just paste that in there. Cool. Then I just make this a scriptable object. And let's throw some fields. So I guess it'll just be a list of dice faces. I could make that a new struct. Even a class. So I guess I'll throw a game object. I guess I could just put all the different types in here. I'll throw, make them public as well. Let's make this public. I guess it just makes it more convenient. So I'll throw a text as well. A string for text data. I think that about covers it. Do this for now. Just a list of these, which would be face data list. The idea here. is that the dice initialize function takes this dice data object and initializes each of its faces based on that data. Also, I do want to update my stream overlay real quick. Want to make sure that it's up to date, basically. Go ahead and this. What's a more useful description? Every action is a dice roll. Find ingredients. Make a sandwich. something like that. Yeah, something like that. Good enough. Maybe a little bit smaller. Cool. Yeah, so back to this. Right, so for each face, let's see, we're going to initialize the face. The dice face, it has a value, but then itself is already rotated. It itself is already rotated. And I could have some like basic default text, right? So I could add that as well. Got text, and I can also make an image just for help. Public image. They don't all have to be used, but yeah. And then when we initialize it, oh, I didn't make it public, did I? Public list. And of course, serialize this as well. Cool. Yeah, so face list at index. So if it has texture data, well, start with text. If it has text data, if it has data, then the faces at I text is equal to that text data. And I'll allow multiple just because, why not? We got texture data. If that's not null, then we'll go ahead and set the texture. Oh, I said it was a texture. Probably do want this as a sprite, not a texture. Cool. This should be easier. Going back here. Texture data. I probably should have just called it sprite data, whatever. And then lastly, game object. So we can just do full-on game objects if we want. It's just fast. So this is prefab data. If that's not null, then we'll just go ahead and do instantiate. Instantiate the prefab data, of course, at the parent being what face is it I? Yeah. Make sure the rotation and position are correct. Cool. So now let's just call initialize. I guess I'll set up the dice first. Make sure that's all good. Just gonna reload the scripts. We have all the dice faces, everything there is good. Oh, they just need their texts and things set up. A little unfortunate. Each canvas has its own setup. It's kind of weird. Why does that like that? Okay, well, for now I'm just gonna fan this out again. I'll just make new images in these. Cool. So now I made it. The faces will hide if they're not set up in a specific way. We're good to go. Just trying to look at some stuff real quick. Give me a second. Okay, well, whatever. I'll come back to this in a second. Okay, so I got a dice. It rolls successfully. It says what side is up. It's got a bunch of textures, and text can be replaced. Can also spawn game objects. Just need an example. So I'm gonna make another new script. It's for testing. Under dice, and I'll call it. It's just for now. I'll just make a script called like test spawner or dice spawner. Make sure it works. Actually, I could just make this a dice. Look dice. I'll just make it a game object. Whatever, forget that. Yeah, I'll make a public dice data as well. This is the config. And here we'll just do game object dot instantiate the dice to spawn. Position of I guess 0, 0, whatever, or the 0, 10, 0. Cool. So now we're spawning a dice. I can go ahead and delete this dice. I can create a new empty, call it the dice spawner. And then just add the dice spawner. Go ahead and set this 0, 0, 0. And I'll also just go up here. I'll make a data folder. And I'll make another folder in here for dice data. In that folder, I will create some dice data. Base data, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do it auto expand. Oh, there we go. And the sprite for 1 is 1. Sprite for 2 is 2. Actually, I don't even think they're lined up or anything. Unfortunately, so I don't think they're lined up in that order. Cool. But yeah, textures, whatever, it's fine. Basics. I'll even make another one. And it's gonna take a while. Refreshing something. Go ahead and rename this yes, no dice. Probably shouldn't have duplicated it if I'm just going to clear out all the entries anyway, but whatever. We'll make the top 3 yes. We'll make the bottom 3 no. and now we can see if I run this. I guess the spawner needs to take the dice object. And I'll drop the number dice on there. Making sure this is configured properly, which it looks like it is. I think everything looks good. Oh, I never set up these things. So now I should be able to run this, get a dice that spawns, configured properly. The sides, it still doesn't really know what the sides mean, it just kind of has visuals associated with them. Yep, so it, again, stuff associated, but okay, now I'll try running it. It spawns the dice, it rolls down the hill, it lands and prints the correct value. Cool. Now let's try it again with different dice data. So we'll try yes, no dice. Cool. Same value. Nice. So that works. Next up is what do I want to do next? The question is, well, I guess first thing I should import one of my asset store plugins. Or a few of these. I'll go ahead and import a character mover. A basic character mover. Hello, Jason. Yes, it is I, Game Jammer. Yes, this is the Game Maker's Toolkit Game Jam. Currently, I mean, the theme is roll of the dice. It's shown on the screen. I spent like the first 5 or 6 hours or something, like some ridiculous amount of time brainstorming and working on the idea. I don't necessarily have it fully finalized or anything, but I just got sick of sitting there and doing nothing, so I'm just going to jump right into it. So far I have a dice that spawns. You can specify configurable data, so a number or a yes or a no. And then I have a spawner that spawns the dice. It rolls and it determines what side is facing up when it ends. You can see here, like, it just prints out the value of the face that's up. You can swap that out, so like a yes no dice and stuff. Pretty cool. And yeah, I know there's like a huge delay in the chat and stuff too, so I'll have that fixed by tomorrow, but I apparently can't fix it without ending my stream. But yeah, so got the dice. Yes, the ideas are much harder than implementation. Yeah, especially for this jam. So like the thing about this jam is that it is judged, right? There's a top 100 and a top 10 and everything. And so I really wanted like the idea to be good and the design to be solid, more so than like really focusing on some complex tech. So the game I'm going with on screen, every action is a dice roll. You have to find ingredients to make a sandwich. It's a pun on the word roll, being like both the roll for the sandwich, but also rolling the dice. And the whole thing is that like every action is a dice roll, but like you're trying to roll the dice and it kind of messes with you and it screws you up. And even things like very simple actions are a dice roll that have, you know, sliding values, and conversation options are dice rolls. You don't even get to choose how the conversation goes. So it's supposed to be like a parody gag game playing off that concept. Hopefully I can get enough comedy elements into the game, make it funny before I run out of time and have to submit. But yeah, I don't know what I was doing a second ago though. Let's see. Right. Oh, I imported the mover object. Let's see, the character mover. I should be able to just drop. Should be able to drop a character mover. But just grab one of these simple ones. RNG, the game with rolls. Yeah. It's like trying to make a gag out of the RNG, right? So it's not just like, oh, there's RNG and everything. It's like, I have a lot of gag elements here. So for example, some of these are like, no, you're not interrupting because I mean, it's on enough of a delay, so like whatever. I'm happy to talk about it, get your ideas, see what you think, if it's a good idea, bad idea. The idea is you're completing these tasks to get items to build your sandwich. Yeah, so things like a blackjack mechanic where you roll dice to increase the value, but if you like bust, you go over, then you have to reset, try again. Things like changing the volume of the game or setting the lighting is, you could go overkill or not enough, and then that kind of sucks. Yeah, conversation options, gags like a dice, a yes or no dice, but the option is always no. So like you keep rolling it and it's always no, 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 so you can never succeed. Yeah, so taking away some of your agency, replacing it with random stuff. Yeah. Just having fun with it. Right now, I'm just trying to get like the UI and stuff set up. Basic character mover as well. So I'm just going to drop a third-person character mover in here and just see, does it work? Apparently it does, yes. Oh, you can just push the dice too, apparently. Nice. Is there anything else? Oh, there's a first-person walker, third-person. This is simplified. We have animated ones as well. We got click to move, side scroller. A animated, B animated, C animated. I don't really know what those are. Where did I drop this? I like games that incorporate settings as game features. Near that did that. Yeah. That was cool. you could like delete the components. If you removed all of your components, it would die, and like the HUD elements were components you had to attach, so you could like remove them to make extra space for more power-ups and stuff. I'm not necessarily like integrating that into the gameplay. It's more so the opposite. I'm integrating the gameplay into the options as a gag. So I hope enough of that like sellable. Okay, so let's drop this guy in. What's the difference between these movers? Seems pretty normal. So what was that versus like B and C? Let's see. Yeah, this plugin gives me a few different options for characters. So I just want to see what the differences are. Oh, so this one like rotates as you walk. So I don't like that one as much. And then C, let's see. Oh, this is just like a shooter, so it's strafing and stuff. Yeah, definitely like A the best. Yeah, I'm thinking probably... Oh, weird. I'm thinking I probably want third person. Just because it helps sell the idea of the character a bit better. It's like better for branding. You can look at the character and do stuff. I could make a little dice character, like a guy with a dice for a head. Help sell it a little bit better. It's just funny to watch a guy walk around. Adds a lot to it. It's not too expensive either. Like, I basically already have the body from a previous jam. I'll just chuck a new head on it. But yeah. What does the animation on this guy look like? The other thing is the camera. I want to be able to hijack the camera. That's kind of important. It's fine. Where is the animator? It's just animation control. Here we go. Oh, I want this move. Okay. Walk, run, blend. Oh, strafe for strafing horizontally. I wonder, is this just all of them? Maybe that's the thing. There's additional animations as well, like a land. I don't know how complex I care to make the animation tree. Probably just grab some from Mixamo anyway. Yeah, a blend tree between jumping and falling. I mean, that's kind of cool. But it just comes with that built in. Idle, blending into a walk forward. And then they have strafe for walking left, right. Okay, yeah, I'll come back to this later. But for now, I mean, I'd hate to like have a lot of the game go with this guy, but like I'd rather just have my own model instead of using this pre-made one. We don't really want to spend a whole bunch of time right off the bat making a character. Okay, so for now, I'm going to table this, and I'm going to work on the UI for rolling the dice. I'm going to make some new kind of game object. Called the dice region. Just drag it over here and go ahead and make some stuff here. A tabletop that we can roll onto. Just make this box. I mean, it's a crude box, but whatever. And let's see. I guess that's good enough. Something like that. I'll make the... I guess I'll keep the dice spawner around for now. And I'll have a float for trying to do like a launch force, like throwing the dice into the box sort of thing. So launch force min and launch force max. And go ahead and drop that there. And instead of this vector, I'll do transform.position. I thought the dice had a public rigid body on it. It does. Oh, I called it body. Okay, so here we spawn the dice. And then here we launch the dice. Maybe instead of a game object, this could be a list. Well, I'll change that later. In fact, I'll make this take a list of game objects for the dice to spawn. And I'll also take... Actually, I could just make it... whatever, I'll choose that later if I have to do a list. For now, it's just one. Pretty sure in the future I'll need it to be a list. But yeah, so dice.body dot apply, or actually really just set the velocity, yeah. Also would like the angle to be slightly different too, like a launch angle. The angle's a bit annoying to program though. Whatever, I'll do the angle later if I want to. I'm not even sure which direction I want the dice to come from yet, so I'll just do this. This is transform.forward times random.range of min and max. Okay, so that should spawn the dice properly. Let's refresh real quick, put up those values. I just realized the dice prefab has a capital I in it. That's funny. I didn't even notice. Cool. Back to this. We got the 1 and 3. The dice spawner. Set it to 0. Move it over here. Let's put it like that. So maybe it'll land in the box, hopefully. I can also angle it down a little bit. So make sure. And let's see. Pathetic toss. Go between 10 and like 20. That's better. I also want to start with a different rotation. So randomize the dice's starting rotation. So we'll do something like dice dot rotation or transform. Oh, okay, so I don't need another parameter. So I can just do this. Sweet. It's easy. So now 0 to 360. This is floats, so I might as well just do it as 0.0 and... Right, oh, 0f. Now they're floats. And that should be good. I'll also switch the dice spawner back to be a number block just so I can tell. And 18, 10, and 20. I'll go like much higher, like 100, 10 and 100. So I just want to see like what does 100 look like here. How's my project coming along? It's going pretty well. I spent the first couple hours like brainstorming, coming up with a bunch of different ideas. I settled on one that I was happy with, but it kind of has a lot of like jokes, independent elements. The idea is that like every action you can perform in this comedy game is a dice roll. So I just have to fill it with a bunch of jokes, basically. So right now oh jeez. Okay, 100 is way too strong. Right now I programmed a dice and it's rolling and you can configure the sides and that's kind of where I am right now. But try like 30 here. So I'll see 30 and 30. But yeah, so that's kind of what I'm up to. I just finished up a physics dice roller. Feels great. Make sure you get some particles in there. Yeah, I agree. Particles make everything feel nice. There's something really nice about just like having a dice and tossing it around. Feels really fun. Let me see this again. Okay, so 30 is so strong it just kind of hits the wall and stops. Let's drop this down to like 20 and see what's up. Cool, but are you making a game? Like, what kind of game are you making? Yeah, don't overscope. That was the biggest problem. Like I have this this thing, this Miro board with a bunch of ideas, and I was trying to come up with the minimum value like what is minimum viable product? What am I saying? Like what is the simplest I can possibly make it, and then fill it out with jokes later. So I mean, there was I had like pretty ambitious design in the beginning, but I feel like I cut it back to a solid, like the core is very simple, and then I can put in a couple gags, and then if I have time, I can like really expand it out. Wasted a good 30 minutes just throwing mine around and had to stop myself. Exactly, yeah. It's fun. Just playing with physics. Yeah, I mean, let me know what you're working on. Be happy to hear it. I'm not going to steal your idea. I'm pretty settled into mine. So it seems like 20 is a good strength. So I'm going to make this one like a 10. Even like a 5. Let's see. 12 else if measuring each direction of the world normal. It's pretty nasty. Oh, I mean, if you want to see what I did, it's actually pretty simple to do this. I have it's just this line basically. I guess it's not really that line. It's kind of the for each loop here. I just do the dot product of one of the faces forward directions with vector 3.up. I do it when the body is sleeping, so while it's rolling it doesn't do it, and then when it hits the end then it raycasts. So or sorry, raycasts? No, it just compares, it does the dot product with the up direction to determine which one's up. I just log it out. Hello, yeah, I'm working on it's the Game Maker's Toolkit Game Jam. The theme is Roll of the Dice. The game that I'm working on is a sort of comedy, almost like a point and click adventure. It's like a comedy game where everything you do is a dice roll, and it has a bunch of gags in it surrounding that idea of a dice roll. Right now I just like got the dice working, so physically it rolls and then determines which side is up. I made it configurable so you can like, I made this number dice, but now there's also like a yes and no dice. So what's on the dice isn't necessarily numbers. It could be text, like your conversation options are a dice roll, right? Everything in the whole game is a dice roll. And so, yeah, so just a bunch of puzzle elements, gags, going through the game, collecting items and stuff. Cool, you're working on a wave spawner using the dice. Each number would spawn a certain amount of enemies, like a tower defense. They also count as currency, allowing you to buy weapons. Cool, so like, as you kill the enemies, you get currency that you then use, you know, like typical tower defense. That's cool. Yeah, each number is a certain amount of enemies. So like you're encouraged to keep rolling, just to, like keep spawning enemies. Sweet. But yeah, it's going along. I mean, now that I have one dice and it has configurable sides and things, the part that I'm working on here is like, ideally, since everything in the whole game has to be a dice roll, this little box that you roll the dice into is going to be projected onto a UI element so that you can like, you know, like, oh, I'm talking, and then pop up like a rendered texture on the UI, show rolling the dice. Oh, there's your result. Pop that out. Like very quickly, like dice comes in, dice goes out, because that's going to be the main interaction for the whole game. So that has to be like just easy to read, snappy, satisfying. So that's kind of what I'm tweaking now. So this is like a pretty big box for a pretty small dice, although it's possible that there could be more dice. I feel like maybe I should just do that now. Just let it spawn multiple dice if I need. I guess I could just copy paste this a bunch of times. See what that looks like. So you're trying to make a box, decorate it like a landscape, so the enemy waves march towards your forward wall, the game board and world map. Cool. I'm not sure I'm exactly clear, but sounds cool. Yeah, like if you have a separate world map and a game board, something to roll onto, makes sense. Let me just see if this works. I bet the dice are just gonna fly everywhere. Oh no, it actually kind of worked. Set these back to number dice. Yeah, the dice just flew out of bounds. I guess what I could do is make multiple spawners instead of just one. This is just for testing anyway, so go ahead and destroy that and make more spawners. And I want to try, I do want to make the angle different. So I can rotate around the y-axis basically, or I guess rotate around up, vector 3 dot up. Or even just have a random horizontal velocity. Well, I don't know about that. You're gonna keep watching with tab out for a bit. Can't watch too much time. Yeah, exactly. You gotta keep working on your own game. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, definitely. When you make some progress in your game, let me see it. I definitely don't have much to show right now, so. Yeah. I guess I'll just rotate the whole thing. Why not? Randomize the starting rotation of the dice. And then here I'll randomize the launch direction. I think rotate around is deprecated, right? Pretty sure it is, but the angle is a random dot range between, let's go negative 45 and positive 45. I hope that's in degrees and not radians. Okay, degrees, yeah. I guess rotate around is not deprecated, cool. Sweet. I do actually want to go into the dice. Use a parent container that looks at a raycast from the camera to my mouse position. That way I can aim your dice to an extent. Then I add random rotations and torque values. That's like throwing it at a specific location, I'm guessing. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm not gonna have like a mouse, so I can't use that, but it sounds cool. And you add random rotations and torques to make it like spin randomly. Yeah, I should probably do something like that as well, like add a random torque just to make it look like it's rotating more in the air. Right now it kind of just falls flat, looks a little weird, but I can always come back to that. The other thing I want to do, I want to increase the gravity, but like, I don't know if I want to increase the gravity of the whole game, so I'm going to go ahead and, oh, the dice, yeah. I want to mess with it on the dice itself. Probably turn off that gravity, and I'll add my own gravity here. Acceleration, I think, right? See how that goes. Yeah, adding torque would be good. Okay, gravity. I'll set this to like try 15. See how that feels. Why does it lag like right when it starts? Well, obviously it's spawning a bunch of dice, but I can't really get a good sense for... Okay, so yeah, maybe I should just do the torque right now. because they are kind of just falling flat. So let's see. This takes a vector. Cool, it just takes XYZ. That's nice. So I can just do random dot range, torque min, torque max, then copy this. Didn't seem like a lot of torque. Didn't seem to do anything. Let's see, I'm gonna tweak the time scale. See how this looks. What? Oh, because it's... I see. I see. I need to, probably want to do it in, fixed update, right? The gravity. Cool. Do that in fix update. I can't believe it's already 5 o'clock. Wow, I cannot believe it. It's 7 hours already gone. Are none of them sleeping? That's kind of weird. Yeah, none of them are printing saying that they're sleeping. Oh, they're not okay. I get it. Hmm. Hmm. I wonder if this works. Let's see. It doesn't. Okay, well, I liked the gravity, but... Or unless I didn't refresh, which is possible. No, I did. Okay. I liked the gravity, but I need the sleeping check, so I'm just gonna go back to the old way. Not that big of a deal. Not sure the torque's even really doing anything, but... Something about the starting torque, I don't know. Maybe you have to do it every frame or something. But I'll just kind of set it to something like that. Seems good enough. Okay, I'm gonna make the box a bit smaller. Cool, let's see it. A smaller box is nicer. Like maybe this should be more top down, the camera. Like almost completely top down. That would be that's straight up and down. I want it angled a little bit. Create a folder for materials. Go ahead and create one here. That's not what I wanted. Let's switch to the back wall, I guess. Increase the size of the walls just to completely prevent it from exiting. Let's see. So rolling the dice onto this thing. It's kind of funny. I kind of like that. Oops. I kind of wish that maybe the dice were bigger. I could just make the arena smaller. I don't think I have a situation where I want to throw 3 dice. So I guess I'll make it even smaller. Eight, maybe 5? 5's too small, huh? 6, 7? Try 7. Go ahead and hide these renderers and we should be good. I guess I'll pull this camera in a bit now because it's smaller. Let's see it. Dice are so much bigger now. All the dice hit each other. He said, I found out while testing that the smaller the dice were, the more realistic they felt. When I had a big 1x1x1 dice, they were big and lumbering, felt unresponsive. Maybe a smaller arena is better. Yeah, absolutely. The physics values definitely get screwed up if you start like increasing values very high. So I agree. Making one giant dice seems, again, like it's big and lumbering, like you said. Making the arena smaller, it's weird because they still feel lumbering even though they're the same size. Not exactly sure why. The other thing is I could add a physics surface to this, right? Or a material, the physics material. Make it a little bit bouncier or something. Physics material. This is the dice region. Physics. And make it a little bit bouncy and see how that feels. I feel like it's gonna be ridiculous. Or maybe not. I set it to 1. Is that just crazy? Yeah, I guess every project is a bit different depending on your scales and stuff. Just need some fine tuning, and yes, I add physics materials mine with 0.6 for bounce. You're like way ahead of me on this. I mean, even 1 is like not as bouncy as I thought it would be. It's pretty bouncy. Not gonna lie. Okay, I'll try 0.6. Even 0.6 feels a little high to me. I'm gonna try like 0.4. Seems reasonable. Cool. Okay, yeah, I'll just keep it at 0.4. Yeah, physics materials seems like the way to go. Okay, so with that, now I have this thing. So I can always animate it later. But I guess right now I should start with I should start on the character or something. Have some sort of interaction system. Okay, I'm gonna delete this ugly thing that I had made. And I'm gonna move the dice region way off screen. And probably don't want to waste my time with like a bunch of terrain and stuff. But I'm not sure. Let's see, what do I have? Yeah, I'm using a bunch of pre-made models for the backgrounds and things in this game. Got some roads. Any buildings, cool buildings in here. there's generic. Oh, it's a cloud. There are a bunch of buildings. Including just walls for buildings. That's neat. You said, after I did my dice, I was stumped, like, well, now what do I do? Yeah, I mean, it's like the theme is dice, so you program the dice, and then you're like, okay, now make the rest of the game. I definitely feel that. For me, at least, like, I know that I'm going to have some interaction system, so you try to interact, it shows the dice, you roll the dice, you get the result, the dice go off screen, and then the interaction goes through. So I just have to set up that flow, and then from there, make the rest of the game with interactions. It gets challenging for sure. I don't have a lot of experience designing levels in Unity. Like, a lot of times I just kind of place things by hand and just go nuts. They even have presets, that's cool. Oh, sweet, they have buildings. So like, I'm probably going to be slow when it comes to making these levels too. That's what I'm dreading a little bit. Okay, so before I make the level, I'll start with the interaction system. I'll re-enable this guy. And I'll change not the depth. Oh, yeah, I do want the depth. Yeah, there we go. This is a character, and I'll kind of you can do script. Just make a new interaction folder. I'll go ahead and make you're gonna have multiple themed levels or just one level? I'm curious. Yeah, for me, it's one level. It's just one map. It's gonna be like, you enter this town and you need to find ingredients to make your sandwich. So you go around to different places in the town, and I'll have the different sections. Like, I want a shady alley where people are doing gambling, and I want like a rich posh area where somebody like tries to give you something and there's like a gag there. And I might have like, I wanted a fishing mini game potentially. So you just go down to the docks, you roll dice, and that gives you a fish or not. Like, so, you know, different sections to the levels, or just one map, one cohesive sort of map. I know that there's like lots of other games that just make multiple levels, and a lot of games that are well designed for that sort of thing, but mine is just more exploration based. I mean, you said you were making a tower defense, right? Is yours just one level, or are you gonna have like, I know you said multiple waves, but yeah. What are you up to? Yeah, hopefully I come up with some clever ideas. I mean, I have a bunch of ideas written out. I'm not entirely convinced that they're all like great, but as I go, I'm probably gonna find funnier ideas. That's how it goes with a lot of my other game jams. It's like I list out a bunch of ideas that I think are fantastic, and then 24 hours into the jam, I realize they're all terrible and that I come up with like 20 new, better ideas. So I'm hoping that happens again. Guess what I'll do is I'll make a little NPC or something here. Yeah, just one level. I won't have time for multiple levels, perhaps post-jam. That's a good point. You can always just add more. As long as the core mechanic is like good enough, it sells the concept. People understand what you're trying to do. Like, that's great. That's all you really need. I'm gonna create for now. Just I guess just a capsule. And I'll name it like NPC. Hello. Hi Hex. Yeah, I'm working on Game Maker Toolkit Game Jam. Somehow 7.5 hours have already passed. It feels like it's been 30 minutes. But I'm making a cool comedy game where all of your interactions are rolling the dice, and then I just have a bunch of gags planned in there for ways to make it hopefully funny, hopefully interesting. Right now I got the basics of dice rolling down, so now I'm getting an interaction system with NPCs set up. I'm going to start making like yeah, just some stuff. Let's see, should I make it like, do you have to talk to somebody? You go up to them and look at them and let's see. Yeah, I guess that feels alright. So you look at them and then press E. So essentially, you look at an interactable, and then you press E to do the interaction. Something like that. But it's still telling me there's 2 audio listeners. I thought I disabled one. Oh, I still have this main camera. I can delete that. Okay, so I need a script to handle the interactions. So I'll just make an interactable script. Just exiting out of a bunch of my old tabs. Okay, create a new script. Interactable. I'll just call it player, whatever. And I'll actually rename the interaction folder as well. Yeah, just getting started out, so everything's a bit slow. Okay, so we have this character mover. I'm gonna slap the player on there as well. Oh, right. Oh, whatever. I'll just rename this. Player. Drop it in my prefabs folder as a guess I'll make it an original. And cool. So now in the player I want to know what my forward-looking direction is at all times. So actually I want to do it from the camera probably. I'll just have a reference to the camera. Let's just do 2 off, I guess. So that's the distance, and then we have I don't care about layer mask. I'm good on the layer mask. Should be overloads that don't need one. Yeah, out hid info, there we go. Before this. Yeah, so now this should handle, oops. Should now debug when I go up to an object that's interactable. Let's refresh this, add an interactable to that capsule, the NPC, and make sure it works. And it failed because I forgot to assign some stuff. Oh, I did that on the, should apply that before I forget. Cool. It sort of works. I think the distance is probably not far enough, and I want to ignore the player. Do I want it to be from the camera, or do I want it to be from the capsule? Because otherwise I could be over here and looking at it and interacting. Maybe I do want it from the player. There's the hip. That's rotating. We got the root rotating. The rig is also rotating. Cap guy, the whole thing is rotating. Model root is, yeah. So I just want to slap it on the model root basically. I don't even think I need the player camera. I'll keep it hooked up. Okay, so I assume the raycast was failing because it's raycasting into a player. So I'll move that forward a bit to the face, and I will make it ignore players as well. Actually, I do want to layer mask. Let's see. Yeah, I want to ignore a specific layer. It's just not mask, right? Essentially make a layer mask, and then you just do not that. So layer mask, get mask for, yeah, I'll just do that. And it's going off screen, so I'll make these on new lines, make it easier to read. This will be the player, because we don't want to hit the player. I probably did that wrong, the syntax. Actually, there's another thing of like layer to name. Cool. So, assuming I did that right, which I'm not entirely sure, it should now ignore the player when raycasting, which it also wasn't really a problem because it's offset in front of the player anyway. But here we go. Let me check highlights now as well. There's a I forget exactly how to do this. I know you can like make highlight profiles and whatnot, but I have an asset store asset that I have for like highlighting things. I guess I didn't import it. That's weird. Oh, because it's URP versus built-in pipeline. I'm just going to use the built-in. I'm not going to like go and do URP stuff. Kind of annoying that it includes a package that I then also have to include. forget exactly how it works. I might have to pull up a demo, but they have a README as well. Don't need that anymore. Okay. This has a README. Let's check it out. Highlighting specific objects, add the highlight effect to it, customize the appearance options. Okay, so it seems like I can just add a highlight effect to this guy. And I have a bunch of options. Then I need to go Game Object Effects Highlight Plus. Create a manager. I don't know why that has an effect on it by default. Oh, these are default settings for highlighted objects. I see. I mean, I don't want to use the mouse raycast. It's kind of cool that they just have that though. Now, all I want to do is call it myself manually. Let's go ahead and open up the player again. Yeah, there should be something here for it's like start the effect, basically. That's what I would have expected to see. I know I've used this before, but oh, highlight trigger. Maybe that's what I need.
Oh, okay. Set highlighted? Yeah, that should be. That's all I need. Set highlighted true or false. Yeah, so if you're interacting with the new target, you change it. If you're doing nothing, you clear it. Okay. So now I should have I should have a function that checks for targets, a function that stores off the target, sets it highlighted, and yeah, if you press a button, which I still have to set up, I guess. That's somewhere in here. Input manager. Yeah, it says use the new input API. I haven't used it personally, so I'm just going to stick with the old thing, with basically what I already know. Okay, so I added one. See if it's any good. So did I even refresh this? I did now. Doesn't seem to be printing it. Oh. Doesn't seem to be printing anything anymore. Oops, that's supposed to be if it is equal, not if it's not equal. And this has a trigger which I can delete. Okay, two other things I messed up. Oh, I forgot to refresh also. Go ahead and make this private, and I'll store it off in start. I don't even need to do that actually.
Ooh, making some progress. Feel like that should be enough now. I should probably highlight, hopefully. Yes. Doesn't stop though. That's broken. When does it stop? Let's put a log here. Yes, I was being dumb. I forgot to check when it wasn't raycasting. So, that was obvious. And there we go. Okay, I am gonna take a quick break to use the restroom, get some water, stretch for a bit. So yeah, I will be right back. All right, I am back. Let's see. Okay, so I have the interaction now. But I would like to do something with the camera, maybe. Like pull in to the thing you're looking at. The other thing that I set up is this highlight. I do actually want to have a highlight effect public because I want to be able to highlight something that's not the specific object you're interacting with. So I deleted this, so I'm going to recreate it. Okay, so now that I have interaction, should I make a dialogue system first? It's the most important thing to do first. I guess interact by dice, right? That should be like first thing I do. Okay. Dialogue too. You going big? I mean, the whole joke is like your dialogue options are a dice, right? It's not like, you know, a comprehensive dialogue. It'll be like, here's a question, and then it shows the dice. You roll it, and that's your answer. Like you don't even pick what your option is. That's the whole the joke of like the lack of agency that you have as a dice person is that you have to make every choice using dice. But yeah, I mean, making text appear on the screen is not too challenging. I'm wondering if it should come from the person or just print it on the screen. But yeah, in a previous game, I actually even still have the code that I can just like pull for simple text. Really just like a billboard canvas, stuff like that. I guess the first thing I should do is just get, when you walk up to somebody and try to interact. Yeah, I think it's a cool concept, but it only works if I actually make it funny, right? So I hope that the joke lands. To be honest, that's the first thing you see in the game, is you're going to walk up to somebody and they're going to be like, hello, and then you go and talk to them. And then, like, there's your dialogue tree. You roll the dice. You don't get to choose. I should write that up at some point, but the first thing I'm going to do, though, is when you interact, should, I guess, remove player control. That's if you're talking to somebody, but there's other... Oh yeah, I guess removing player control makes sense. Let's see, can I even turn off player control? Let's see. Oh, it's the walker that does it, right? Okay, so if I just disable the advanced walker controller, that's how you remove player control. Still look around, and then there's camera root, I'm guessing. Camera controller. Okay, so those are the two. Two hookups. What is that script? Well, there's a camera controller. A CMF dot camera controller, yeah. And I'm sure the other one is CMF dot advanced walker. Okay, so now I have the ability to enable and disable movement, character control, interaction, all that stuff, or camera control. But what is controlling if they're enabled or disabled? And once I interact, it should tell something to take control away from the player. Maybe I should make a new class called like interaction scenario or something. That way each interaction could have its own script, its own prefab with a position for the camera, everything like that. Seems like a good idea, I think. So if I go back to the scripts folder, make a new folder here. I hate when this happens. Oh, cool, it didn't cancel my rename. Interaction scenario. So now an interactable, in addition to the highlight effect, they can now have an interaction scenario. So now we're gonna that's right. Hello. Hi, welcome. I'm working on a game jam, Game Maker Toolkit Game Jam. You can see the theme and the idea are on the screen right here. And yeah, I'm just kind of working on it. We're now like nine-ish hours into the jam. So, you know, it's a lot. Getting a little tired, but, you know, making progress. I'm trying to make like a comedy game. Just a silly, funny game where every interaction in the game is based on dice rolls. And so, like, there's going to be a bunch of gags based on the dice rolls. Things you wouldn't expect, like the dice aren't exactly all numbers. They could be text, and dialogue options are text, and changing settings are text, and all of that. So, yeah, that's what I'm working on right now. I'm just setting up this interaction scenario system. So when you interact with an object, it goes into this kind of disjointed scenario where you can do stuff, and then the dice can appear on screen and roll and whatnot. It kind of takes control away from the character for a split second. So yeah, that's what I'm doing now. Doing a basic lerp here for the camera. So just gotta start off the initial positions. Thanks. Yeah, also the chat's on a bit of a delay, so sorry if I'm a bit slow, but yeah, thank you. I think it's cool if I can actually nail the concept, if I can nail the jokes, basically. Like, I can get the tech, the basic framework working, that'll be fine, no problem. But if the jokes aren't funny, then the game will flop, you know? So that's the part that I need to still get, like, nailed down as I get further into the jam and come up with better ideas. Best of luck. You're also taking part? Cool, yeah. Feel free to stop by later and see how my progress goes. Let me know how yours goes. I mean, do you have an idea? Have you already brainstormed it? Yeah, I mean, we're still pretty early, so there's plenty of time to figure stuff out, but if you have any ideas, let me know.
Man, IntelliSense is so smart now. Like, actually figured out exactly what I was trying to type. Okay, so I just wrote code for a long time. What's the chance that it all just works? 0? Yeah, we'll see. Okay, so we got scenario hooked up. We have the bone hooked up. In the scenario, we have no camera bone, so I have to hook that up too.
before I can do that, let's find, here's the NPC with this bone. That's fine. I'll drop this in there. 0, 0, 0. And I need a camera bone. Make a new camera real quick. Test. You like that? Maybe 1. I'll give it a 1. Okay, so now let's try it. So I walk up to the guy, I can interact. And an all reference. Oh, I never hooked up the values. I knew there was always something I forget. Now for real. Now it's a real first try. Not quite. Why is the camera wrong? Oh, it's something. It's like preventing it from moving for some reason. Something is locking its position, the camera. I wonder what it is. I guess it's the camera distance raycaster. Okay, before I forget, I'll mark that down. Camera distance raycaster. Okay. Now it should work. Cool. Only took 3 tries. That's kind of weird. If I go out from behind, oops. It's a little annoying to like point it exactly at him, so let me try making sure that I can make the interaction bigger than the object itself. I'm going to go ahead and create I'll create a cube. Put it at 0, 0, 0 and increase the size a bunch. Set it to invisible. And I'll make a new layer for it. And then I'll go into physics so it doesn't collide with anything. Under project settings, physics, and interaction collides with nothing. Cool. Interactable had a highlight. Oh, I didn't make it public. I'm silly. Make sure that still works. It still work. Or not. Okay, let's add some debugging again. I don't know why it's not detecting it. Okay, running it now. I mean, it says it hits it, including character model even. Because it's in parent, that's why. So I really gotta move this. Oops. I have to move this NPC closer because I'm walking all the way across the map every time. I guess now what I want to do is have some kind of UI. Yeah, I should just create a game canvas, even if it's temp. Like, I'm definitely going to need a game canvas. Just a general UI canvas. And I'll throw some temp UI on it for now, but main canvas is useful. You got everything done but the hard stuff? Time to chill for a bit? Oh my god, how'd you already get all this stuff done? No, the hard stuff. Yeah, the hard stuff takes the longest, obviously. But congrats on getting a lot done. Honestly, we're still so early in the jam, it's insane. It's like, it feels like time is flying by, but also there's so much time left. I mean, why is it not the best time to stop? I mean, I don't know what time zone you're in. For me, it's 7 p.m. Like, this jam started at 10 a.m. for me, and it kind of just felt like a long work day, you know? You just sit down, code, design stuff. Yeah, I don't know if it's like super late for you or something. But, I mean, I'm feeling like I want to break soon. But I don't have enough progress, in my opinion, for me to take a break, so I'm going to keep pushing through. But yeah, congrats. You still stressed though? Feels like it's half over already, but you know it isn't. I know, right? It feels like it's half over. I mean, thankfully for me, I have this like timer on the screen up here. So I can like see, oh, there's 38 hours or almost 39 hours left. That's crazy. I mean, some of that will be sleep, I'm sure. Oh yeah, you've been at it since the theme drop. No, I totally understand. I mean, it sounds like a good time to take a break to me. You say it's not a good time for a break, but like, if you're feeling tired and you need a refresh, like that sounds good. I'm gonna take a break when it's dinner time for me. I mean, I had a late lunch, but yeah, and I know I have to fix like the stream latency and stuff, so I'll probably like end stream, eat dinner, relax for a bit, and come back, so that like the stream latency's fixed and everything. Yeah, I'm still pushing through for now. Yeah, like don't push yourself too hard if you're feeling tired. But you know, I feel like we've all been through it before. We know what we can put up with. we know when to power through and when to take a break. So I'm just gonna throw like a dummy canvas because I don't want to actually think about the final UI for this. I'm just gonna create some buttons. Actually, I don't even need buttons, do I? I'll just create some text then. Yeah, you push you until you feel like there's progress. Don't want to come back to it and have all the little things finish up before I go to the next big task. Totally understand. Don't leave extra loose ends. So for me, I find that like sometimes you leave a little thing. This is more on like longer term projects where you start to like feel burnout or whatever. It's like daunting to tackle these giant tasks, and sometimes it's like having a small task helps get you back into it. But on a game jam, though, I totally understand. Like, you want to wrap everything up and hit the ground running on something new. So I hear you. I should probably order some food before it gets too late. I won't eat it right now, but good to have it. So, excuse me for 1 second. I just order some food and sit back and chill. Sorry, I'm just ordering some food real quick because it is getting, you know, I don't want it to get like too late and then I don't realize and all the places are closed. So just give me 1 second. Let's see. You're gonna take a power nap? I'll keep the stream up to help you. Oh, sweet, thank you. If you're streaming tomorrow, I'll drop back. Oh, thanks so much, dude. Yeah, I'm planning on streaming the whole thing. Like, my goal was to, like, every moment I'm working on it to be on stream. This is my first time streaming any game dev, pretty much streaming anything. So, I just wanted to see if it was fun. And I'm having a blast so far, honestly. Thank you so much for stopping by. And yeah, definitely show me the stuff you're working on tomorrow as well. Or even like later today if you're back, or just whenever, and I'd be happy to take a look. Cool. Yeah, have a good power nap. Okay. Got my food ordered. Again, I'm not going to eat it right away. Just kind of ordering it now so it doesn't close or whatever. And then it turns out it's like midnight and I don't have anything. Okay, so what was I doing? I was making a new interaction system. Wait, dice is a type? Oh, whoops. Was a typo? That's also a typo. Right, so I made this interaction system. And now I'm going to make a dialogue interaction system. So a child of that. And this will allow you to Oh, scenario, not system. Yeah, and that will allow you to easily create these dialogues with NPC characters. So let's see. In the interaction system, when you start the interaction, I do need a it's not private. I'll make a new section for protected functions. Actually, I guess they should all be protected. Yeah, I'm gonna make a new thing that when the interaction starts, the child can control what happens. So I need to add a new protected function here. You have a channel as well. Not the best programmer yet, but I do Unity tutorials as a way to help out the guys that are new and learn. I remember how it was when I was learning. I'll def share how mine is coming. Cool, yeah. I'll check it out. Let me see. I'll give you a sub. How do I get there? I can't just click your name. Okay, I'll open it up in a new tab. Check you out. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Good luck. And yeah, I'll see you again tomorrow. Oh, cool. Nice. So you got your idea? So yeah, thanks. Yeah, I just dropped a sub. And so what's your idea? You said you came up with an idea, you're making the game now? What is that? I'd love to hear it. Let's see. What was I doing again? Oh yeah. Added a new child class and I needed a response here. I guess I'll just do on interaction begin. I don't know if it should be after the, I guess it should, after the camera transition, just to make sure. This is virtual. And I'll even make, well, I guess that'll be it. So here I just need to do a protected override. Yeah. Here I'll make some new public. So this is an instance of an interaction, but it still needs a prefab for so like a public game object for the dialogue. Maybe, or maybe I should probably make that its own class. Hello, Go Cool. That's how you say your name. And the game is a 3v3 turn-based game, but the dice roll decides your attack power and defense points, like D&D. Cool. Yeah, 3v3 turn-based game with attack and defense. So I'm guessing like you move your units on a grid. and then some combat based on your attack and defense. That's cool. Yeah, let me know how it goes. And to anybody just joining, I'm making a game for the Game Maker Toolkit Game Jam. The theme is Roll of the Dice, and I'm making a comedy game where all of your interactions in the game are based on dice rolls, and I have a bunch of comedy gags in there, things like dialogue options, even settings menu things are controlled by dice, and you have to go around and collect ingredients to make a sandwich. That's your task. A very simple task that becomes much harder when the things you're trying to do are determined by dice rolls. That's the premise. Right now I'm working on just making a basic dialogue interaction system. Interacting with the dialogue hides it, and then when you do this, this is where the dice region comes in. I don't think I ever even set up with a script. Well, let me do that real quick. Right, okay. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. But the dice region, it now creates a new region. Like, I need to tell it, roll some dice. I guess the roll dice should almost be a high enumerator. Probably. Or I guess you could register a callback here. I'll just do that instead. A look event. I'll just make a new private I enumerator.
this wall true. What I'm gonna do is for each die, get upward face. Is that not public? Oh, it is. If this dot get upward face. I'm too lazy to do this properly. I'm just gonna use link. Okay, so nothing's calling roll the dice or clear the dice yet. Because that's in here. When the interaction's ready, that's when we call. Oh, I should also make dice region a singleton.
Cool. So now, when you interact with a dialogue, it should roll some dice. I think I also need to do dice region dot. Is it all active? Yeah, I will, I'll animate it later. I'm a little lazy right now. Let me get this working. Show it, you do something. You show it, it rolls the dice. Then you hide it, and then I can do so also needs a callback. I feel like I shouldn't have to clear the dice. It should just be in the dice region. What is it that I'm doing here? After I'm done, I want to end scenario. That's what I needed. Okay. My food is still a ways out, so I'm good. Keep working. Let's see. To do finalize the dialogue, and what we want to do here is display post text. I don't know. Display additional dialogue options, right? So essentially there's going to be like some sort of list of dialogue stuff. For now, probably just one, but I'm just going to end the scenario when the role is complete. Okay, so what am I doing here? I need to set up the dice on the interaction scenario. I need to make a new dialogue and an interaction scenario. So actually, let me take the one I already have and convert it. Okay, so now I need to make a new dialogue object. Just to make sure this NPC is still hooked up with that, right? Yeah. Getting very tired. Been 10 hours now. Hit the 10-hour mark. Gotta set up some game state as well here. Let's probably make just a managers folder. Start getting with a game manager set up. Now that I actually need it, I need to call it from more places. Okay, so I should have the bone or the billboard, the canvas is pointing at the camera. I guess I could hide it by default. That's one thing. Why that? Delete this from the thing temporarily, or hide it at least. Okay, so now I should be able to interact. It should show it, assuming everything's hooked up. It is. Should be able to interact and see the dialogue appear. That's pretty much it. Yeah. I thought I hid it when I was done. I guess I didn't. I forgot that. Let's add a button, I guess. Add a button to this dialogue here. Assuming it works. See how this goes. See, I can't click it. Guessing you can't click buttons on canvases in world space. I'm guessing it's just not possible. Let me Google that real quick, actually. And you click on a button. Unity. Click button in world space canvas. Oh, I see. Canvas render mode event camera thing. Hmm. It says I need to add a camera, which I thought I already did. It just select a camera in Canvas, Render Mode, Event Camera. Oh, I see. A world space canvas with no specified event camera may not register UI events correctly. Well, that's what happened. I guess that means it's now time. This will probably be the last thing I do before dinner, but I think I need to create a dialogue object. Okay, so creating a dialogue object. This lets me just get a canvas, the dialogue, and in start, I can do canvas.event. What's it called? Event camera. Something here for event camera? I hope you can set that in code. A world camera? Okay. Sweet, you're making the, or you finished the UI and you're already making your scripting stuff? Nice, nice. Yeah, my UI is taking a while, but you know, I got some interactions going. Making some good progress too, but I am getting very, very tired. My food should be here soon. Yeah, in about 5 minutes or so. But I want to finish this before I take a break. So let's see. But congrats on your progress. Oh, okay, so now I just need to... Oh, all right, I need to change that as well. Here in the dialogue interaction scenario, change this. Well, I guess I don't need to do that yet.
Still no reference. Is dice spawners? No, it shouldn't be. And what here is null? Not M dice anymore. I guess dice spawners could be null. Guess we can check it out. No, that's set. I guess I'll put a breakpoint and just see. Or wait, now I'm confused. I didn't know I was attached in the first place. Oh, how is dice spawners null? Oh, because it's not. I see. Oh, sounds like my food is here. So I will be right back in a second, and then shortly after that I'll be taking a break for dinner, but right now it's just a quick second. Okay, I'm back for the time being. I'm gonna wrap up this last thing and then probably take a break for dinner. Might even end my stream and you know, fix the latency issue, but we will see. For now, I've got to finish this thing real quick. So let's see. I'm trying to bring the dice on screen this event, and I have even anything.
The tray is hidden, the region is always visible. Adding an extra layer of abstraction here so that we can keep the dice region always visible. I feel like this should be it. Let's give that a try real quick. I also want the dice to be a child of the region, which I don't think is the case right now. Nice. That's kind of funny. I love it so much. Oh, it's so great. Yeah, before I go to sleep tonight, I definitely have to make a new character image. A new character model. Sweet. So that's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. There's something else I was about to do. I see that there's a bunch of garbage being created here. The scenario is not being destroyed when I call end scenario. So let's see. In end scenario, it should destroy myself. Let's clean it up. What else? What was the last thing I was going to do? Oh, that was what it was. I was going to make the dice a child of the dice region. To the transform to, or the parent to myself. That way when I inevitably when I move the tray, so it slides in, slides out, the dice on the tray won't be like flying up all over the place. As funny as that would be. One other thing, actually. Oh, I'm still running right now.
せ君だよ。
Cool. I'm rolling yes a lot. This is great. I love it. I'm trying to decide what I should do now. Let's see. Should I end stream and eat dinner? Fix the latency stuff that I was dealing with, and then come back with a different stream? Or just like pause here and eat dinner? Because I definitely need a break. I'm thinking I should probably end stream and then I'll have to make a new thumbnail. But I could just do that. Leave real quick. Yeah, okay. So I guess that's what I'll do then. This is some good initial progress for the very beginning of the first day. The first, what is it, like 10.5 hours? Oh, geez. Okay, so the first 10.5 hours, I have this dice rolling system where the character can walk up to an NPC and interact with them. You enter an interaction state. There's a dialogue for this example of an interaction scenario, and when you click, it rolls your response. The dice determines what it rolled, and then it exits the interaction scenario and lets you advance. So yeah, I think that's pretty good progress for now, and I am going to temporarily end stream. I'm going to eat some dinner, take a break, and also fix my latency issues, and then come back. Yeah, I'll come back for I guess probably in like an hour, maybe a bit less, but pretty soon with another stream just here on this YouTube channel. And so if you want to be here for that progress, or if you want to check out any of my other game trailers or videos or anything for any of the games that I've made, past game jams and things like that, I'd super appreciate if you subscribe and watch the next stream. So I guess that is it for now, and I will see you later tonight, or yeah, later tonight. See ya.